been there in years.
Oh, yeah. So, can you hear me? I can hear myself. Should I try it again? Okay.
Okay, so we're on the record in case 9778, our technical conference. So I want to turn it over to Mr. John Burkowski, Commission Advisor.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. John Borkowski, and I'm here in my role as leader of the Interconnection Work Group. And assisting me today is Annika Barth from the Office of the Commission, who'll be helping run today's program. Just as background, the Commission issued Order Number 91603 on April 11th of this year, directing the utilities to file reports on foundational VPP issues. And the reports also were required to cover DERMS plans, as well as conceptual reports on DER registration, device level metering, customer information sharing, and communications protocols. Also, Potomac Edison was specifically directed to file a conceptual report on non-AMI solutions for VPP implementation. And the order also directed reports from the Interconnection Work Group and the PSC's Office of Cybersecurity. Now, the purpose of these reports was to initiate planning for IT systems and processes to help develop a regulatory framework to implement FERC Order 2222 and also accelerate the deployment of virtual power plants in Maryland. To that end, the Interconnection Work Group is still reviewing and has also developed several versions of draft VPP regulations, but our work group efforts would benefit from Commission direction on foundational VPP issues. And our work group is not requesting direction from the Commission today, and we're not requesting direction on any other new issues at this time. I think we expect that the Commission will issue an order at some point in the future providing direction. Now, the utilities, the Office of Cybersecurity, and the Interconnection Work Group all filed their reports by October 11th, and stakeholders filed their comments by November 19th. So at this time, unless there are any other questions, we'll bring our first panel. Really, our first panel's already here for the most part. Bring them to the table and allow them to introduce themselves.
Okay. I don't think we got any questions for us, so go right ahead.
Good morning, Chair Hoover, Commissioner Linton, Commissioner Suchman, Commissioner Barve, and Commissioner McLean. My name is Catherine Moriarty, and I am Assistant General Counsel on behalf of Baltimore Gas and Electric. Also with me today is my co-counsel, Matt Seegers from PHI, and we are representing the Exelon Utilities today. The Exelon Utilities appreciate the opportunity to participate in today's technical conference to support the Commission's ongoing examination of virtual power plants, and implementation of FERC Order 2222 and related distributed energy resource aggregation frameworks. To assist the Commission and stakeholders in developing a shared technical foundation, today you will hear from Exelon Utilities subject matter experts, including Christy Fleshman-Gronke, Senior Manager of Strategic Planning for BG&E, Lindsay North, Director of Clean Energy Strategy for PHI, and Daniel O'Connor, Senior Manager of Smart Grid Innovation for PHI. These subject matter experts are available for questions from the Commission following our presentation. Thank you, and I'll turn the floor over.
Okay. Good morning again. My name is Lindsay North. I'm the Director of Clean Energy Strategy for PHI. Could we advance to the next slide, please? Okay. So we're excited to be in front of this commission and all the stakeholders that are here in the room and watching online to discuss our progress and recommendations in response to the commission's call to action for information technology system and process planning to realize the vision, an opportunity of DERs located in and around Maryland to generate value for retail and wholesale markets. The information technology system and processes we are here to discuss today enable multiple value streams, including supporting the utilities to deploy DERs and provide information about customer behaviors in DERs for our customers or third parties so that we can drive more value for the system. The Exelon utilities are committed to leading the way, with our distribution grids being the foundation for DERs, compensating assets for the value they provide to support our system's efficient operation while effectively maintaining safety and reliability for all our customers. There's really two primary pieces needed to allow for the utilities to be able to compensate DERs. Approved customer programs enabling the utilities to compensate those assets for providing a specific value or values, and the foundational informational technology, hardware, and software investments to allow for the safe and accurate communication and data sharing of that activity to be compensated. Today, we're here mostly to discuss the latter piece, but I wanted to provide us some quick context about how utilities see these pieces fit together across multiple dockets, because I believe that's a request you've been asking of us. Next slide, please. So the idea of utilities compensating our customers and their devices for taking actions, it's not new, right? We've historically done this, for example, through demand response and even for smart charge management, which we talked a lot about right before this hearing. And we have multiple filings in flight that look to expand this concept, drive our energy storage procurement filings. Today, we are doing these things with support from grid edge DERMS providers. We will discuss the role of utility and grid edge DERMS as well as communication protocols later. But the key takeaway is these investments will further enhance our abilities to compensate DERs for more granular distribution support services. This increased granularity will allow us to derive more impactful benefits for our distribution systems and the retail market. Next slide, please. So shifting back to the main purpose of these reports we filed in response to Commission Order 91603, our outbound comments really focus on progress and plans for the informational technology processes and structures, which will both allow the utilities insight into the activity of DERs on our systems and provide valuable information to our customers, developers, ourselves, third parties, to further unlock the value on the distribution system or in the retail and wholesale markets. Our strategy in the development of these processes and structures follows this four-step process. So we are focused on designing structures and processes with our customers at the center. Our customers come in different sizes and with different interests. They could be a residential customer wanting to be compensated for their battery, or a building owner looking to get information to inform investment decisions, or a developer wanting to connect a solar project. We have to think about all of those as the center piece. So building from the focus on our customer, our next core responsibility is maintaining a safe and reliable grid. And then core, and part of the reason we're all here today, is collaborating with stakeholders in working groups, educational sessions, through formal comments in these hearings, so we can collectively drive toward the best outcomes that balance the costs and benefits to our customers. Lastly, and importantly, given the importance of these investments and the cost, we want to take a phased, targeted approach in the development of these systems and processes to deliver on the expectations that people have of us and the costs of these structures. So, That's okay. We can go there. It's fine. So to my point about collaboration, I want to acknowledge, and we want to acknowledge the parties that have engaged with us on these topics in the working groups, through educational sessions, and in reading their comments, we were encouraged by the multiple areas of support for the utility proposals and see many areas of alignment across regulatory stakeholders like MEA, staff, and OPC, industry like Sun, Calico, Utility API, and other interested stakeholders like Sierra Club and Mission Data. These outbound comments from us look to bridge those areas of alignment and offer a refined set of recommendations for a path forward on these issues. All right, cat's out of the bag. So I'm going to talk about customer data and DR registry first. So I want to start by saying, many parties would agree, including utilities, and that data access and sharing of customer and DR registry data will be critical to address the vision that has been laid out by the leaders of our state to deploy significant DERs through virtual power plants and other programs to address the energy security crisis that our customers are facing. The Exelon and utilities are supportive of building these processes out. We just want to make sure that whatever is built is done so thoughtfully and with the least regrets, as many stakeholders put it. We are supportive of working toward the development of a Green Button Connect My Data platform that is either utility-led or a statewide platform administered by a third party or the Exelon utilities. This platform can be a basis for continued investment and potentially communicate with the PJM DER registry that will be needed for FERC 2222. We agree with staff's view that data sharing and DER registry should be thought of as aligned topics or topics that could be iterative. A cohesive approach for the state of Maryland is aligned with comments from MEA, Utility API, Cadre, Mission Data, Sierra Club, and Calico, almost everybody. Green Button Connect My Data is essentially a secure mechanism to transfer customer data from utilities to customers and third parties. We recognize that this platform can provide meaningful data to many types of customers, municipalities, building owners, aggregators, etc. So we concur with many stakeholders and propose the Commission establish a working group to develop the following Green Button style platform on an expedited timeline. In the short term, establish the parameters for a Green Button style platform that leverages ComEd's engagement with Illinois stakeholders as a straw man, with openness to pulling from PC 44 or PC 63, recognizing that that work is a few years old, but there's still value there because people participated in it. For the Exelon utilities, leveraging the ComEd straw proposal has values because there's familiarity with the requirements, though they have not been finalized, just to be clear. The companies are open to evaluating various models of operating this platforming, including utility-run or statewide structured, administered by the Exelon utilities or a third party. We agree with OPC's recommendation and propose that non-capital costs associated with this effort should be deferred into a regulatory asset. And we suggest the time frame be at least a 5-year period. This platform will have a long life and its benefits will extend over several years, and the recovery of the upfront cost should be recovered through an approach that recognizes the long life both of the platform and the actions it will support. Also in alignment with OPC, the working group should develop specific customer protections that govern the information sharing with third parties and create a transparent tariff for third parties that have received approval to access this data. This tariff will generate revenue from participating third parties, which will offset some of the costs with the platform. In the medium term, in line with the ComEd StrawMed vision, consider a future phase to contemplate how this platform can be leveraged to incorporate the utilities DER registry or other requirements that may be helpful to stakeholders and customers. The ComEd Straw proposal incorporates many other elements than what is traditionally considered a Green Button Connect My Data solution, and is more of a one-stop shop for utility and customer data. Things like hosting capacity maps could be put on this platform. This future phase can also discuss other stakeholders' comments about CIM compliance. It's worth noting that as we contemplate these future versions and there's large minimal cost to upgrade or add more data and information, it may be worth revisiting the amortization period so that we don't shock customers. Finally, the companies will continue to collaborate with the Interconnection Working Group members to consider updating existing tools at little to no cost as an interim solution to improve data quality and preparation for the DER registry, and to support the finalization of the VPP regulations. Specifically, we're requesting support to initiate our Phase 1 enhancement using the existing interconnection workflow tool, Intelio Connect, at no additional cost, as this is a least regrets investment that we could do. Lastly, on this topic, I just want to say it's worth noting that historically the Exelon utilities have been supportive of Green Button Connect My Data. PEPCO, in fact, included a proposal in our 9702 rate case. But we've done so noting concern about costs and benefits. Today's recommendations offer a slightly different approach, where if we think about the platform as being broader than just Green Button Connect, similar to what ComEd is doing or others in New York, there is potential for more benefits. Also, another important difference is the proposal from OPC to develop a transparent data access tariff. This tariff could help reduce the cost of implementation to customers from third-party entities and seek to offer those services to those customers. So with that, I'll now turn it over to Christy to talk about device-level metering.
Thank you, Lindsay. Good morning, everyone. Christy Fleischman-Gronke, Senior Manager at BGE. Okay. On the correct slide. So historically, utilities have relied on utility-grade meters, but with the evolution of DERs and device-level metering, it's a time to be innovative and look to those new technologies to support our customers. The Exelon utilities have participated in many pilots and programs over the past several years to test out device-level metering, mainly in the electric vehicle area. We have been using device-level data for the EV time of use rate and our smart charge management program. BGE also had a vehicle-to-grid pilot with Ford and Sunrun, where we captured the inverter data from the vehicle-to-grid technology to test that against the meter data. The DRIVE Act will continue to move this forward in looking at device level data for metering. So with these pilots, the recommendation that the Exelon utilities are aligned with many of the stakeholders that we should continue to leverage our existing pilots to test out the accuracy of device level metering, continue to leverage our third-party pathways to manage that data and payments through the pilots. We'd also suggest forming a sub-team within the interconnection work group to develop requirements that can be applied across multiple use cases to help guide this testing and develop a cost-effective way to leverage and embed the device-level metering into our system. We believe a subgroup could continue to explore the learnings based on the pilots and form recommendations for device level metering to allow for compensation of our customers. That will have Dan, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Dan O'Connor, Senior Manager of Smart Grid and Innovation at PHI. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the Exelon Utilities reports on the communication protocols and DERMS. I'm going to discuss these topics collectively for the companies, then dive into some PHI detail on DERMS and hand it back to Christy to speak for BGE's DERMS. These topics are evolving rapidly in the industry, leading to some ambiguity in terminology. I wanted to start by clarifying the Exelon Utilities meaning on some key terms which I hope will address a few stakeholder concerns that were raised in commentary. And some of these relationships are shown on this slide. First, ADMS, the Advanced Distribution Management System. This is our core platform for managing the grid. It combines the Outage Management System, or OMS, Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition, or SCADA, and Distribution Optimization into one system. It provides broad visibility and control of devices on the system for operations and for engineering analysis. Next, the Utility DERMS. It's a visibility and control system that manages distributed energy resources like batteries or solar fleets to help address grid issues such as voltage fluctuation and capacity constraints. The Utility DERMS is a component of an ADMS. Next, the DER Gateway. It's a secure translator of data between the utility and a DER or an aggregation of DERs. It allows DERs, whether utility-owned or third-party owned, to connect to the Utility DERMS. The DER Gateway is a critical component that allows easy connection and interplay between Utility DERMS and Grid Edge DERMS or other third-party assets. The Grid Edge DERMS is a software platform that manages and can aggregate behind-the-meter assets, like home batteries or smart thermostats. A Grid Edge DERMS can be operated by a third party, which was referred to in our DRIVE filing as an implementer, but we're moving away from that term for simplicity's sake. Many separate Grid Edge DERMS can operate across the territory simultaneously. The information the Grid Edge DERMS needs to share with the utility, like excess power from behind the meter that could be leveraged on the grid, passes securely through the DER Gateway to interact with the Utility DERMS. This exchange of data with the utility DERMS enables support of demand response and the formation of virtual power plants, for example. And lastly, an aggregator. An aggregator is a market-facing entity that combines DERs into a virtual power plant for wholesale markets. Grid edge DERMS providers can also act as aggregators. It should be noted that these definitions of utility DERMS, grid edge DERMS, and an aggregator align with the helpful descriptions and clarifications that OPC, MEA, and others provided in their commentary. So we go to the next slide. I'll move on to communication protocols. Historically, utilities have relied on specialized communication configurations to keep secure the information exchange between devices. But that approach doesn't scale well, requiring custom IT work for each connection between the utility and an asset it wants to communicate with. Exelon Utilities is evaluating IEEE 2030.5 as a foundational protocol in an effort to standardize where possible. 2030.5 is widely recognized for interoperability and cost efficiency, and it supports communication over public and private networks. The protocol will be implemented through the DER gateway, where a devices or grid edge DERMS protocol will be securely translated into IEEE 2030.5. This will allow grid edge DERMS, aggregators, and other third parties to securely exchange data with the utility DERMS. IEEE 2030.5 does lack full public certificate management, raising some concerns with stakeholders. So Exelon plans to supplement it with network security infrastructure, which contributes to our overall timeline to full implementation. We plan to leverage IEEE 2030.5 for DERs 250 kilowatts or less. For larger systems with substantial reliability impacts or that require low latency applications, the Exelon utilities will continue to analyze options that remain private, which includes leveraging Distributed Network Protocol 3. DNP3 is a proven protocol that is our current standard and works well over low-speed, unreliable communications like radio, which are common in remote substations. But the effort to enhance our network security infrastructure and to install the DER gateway will also standardize our process for DNP3 integrations, reducing their timeline and costs. In alignment with staff, MEA, and Sierra Club's recommendations, the Exelon utilities aim to continue developing the DER gateway focused on 2030.5 adoption. This will support future capabilities and programs like smart charge management, vehicle-to-grid and virtual power plants through the DRIVE Act, and demand response. More importantly, it will enable aggregators, grid edge DERMS to easily interact with the system, ensuring that our technology choice is not a barrier to participation. The projected completion of the Exelon Utilities DER gateway and the associated network security infrastructure is by the end of 2028, enabling integration with DRIVE and EV V2G programs if approved by the PSC. Building a secure network zone for third-party DER connections is complex. For DERs up to 250 kilowatts, providing secure internet-based connections requires careful planning to keep critical grid systems protected. Every step is reviewed to prevent security risks. Platform selection takes time because solutions must work with both existing systems and new cloud services. Strict standards and cross-team coordination add to the timeline but are needed for safety and compliance. Finally, integrating new systems with legacy IT and OT infrastructure requires thorough testing for interoperability, reliability, and security. The Exelon Utilities cybersecurity and IT teams are closely collaborating with PHI and BGE to ensure the success of the DER Gateway project that will ultimately enable full DERMS VPP capabilities. Now move to the next slide, please. So on to the PHI DERMS project. A utility DERMS is foundational for the Exelon Utilities to support Maryland's clean energy transition. Implementing a utility DERMS will enhance grid reliability and resiliency by making DERs available to dynamically support outage mitigation, reduce stress on substations, and extend asset life. Through the real-time visibility and operational flexibility afforded by more DERs on the grid, the Exelon utilities will be better positioned to leverage the value and true functionality of virtual power plants. It's important to note that a utility DERMS is only one part of the solution to widespread DER enablement. Grid edge DERMS and aggregators are necessary pieces too. Whether the latter functions are shared by third parties and a utility, or strictly operated by third parties, is a strategic decision for each utility. PHI is not currently planning in-house aggregation capabilities, but remains open to future options. It's also important to note that the simple existence of a utility DERMS will not drive customer participation in future VPPs. Grid edge DERMS providers and aggregators will need to raise awareness of their services to attract participants. The PHI DERMS project, in line with MEA's and OPC's comments, follows a phased and iterative approach to deployment. The scoping phase recently completed, resulting in clear use cases and technical requirements for the project. The use cases will be tested in small releases, prioritizing first the management of utility-owned assets, limiting investment risk. The team will then move to other cases like flexible interconnection and DER orchestration iteratively. The iterative approach will help PHI understand how these solutions integrate into our existing operations procedures, providing ample opportunity for effective change management and ensuring successful control center adoption and utilization of DERMS and DERs. Most importantly, it will balance the testing of different use cases with the ever-present need for safe operations, preventing equipment damage and protecting field personnel and the public. Soon to enter the detailed design phase, the DERMS project team will select a vendor and develop a roadmap for design completion and implementation. The current target is to have a utility DERMS that supports utility-owned and operated DERs by Q1 2027. Following that milestone, the project team will continue to build out the utility DERMS platform capabilities so that third-party and grid edge DERMS integration can be enabled upon completion of the DER gateway in 2028. All along the way, PHI will be leveraging the lessons learned from colleagues at BGE as their DERMS project progresses. PHI is moving with due speed and care to meet the intent of the DRIVE Act, FERC 2222, and third-party DER projects. While a roadmap detailing design and implementation milestones cannot be finalized until a vendor is selected, Exelon Utilities teams are prioritizing the timely completion of both the utility DERMS and DER gateway projects to fully leverage DERs to the benefit of our customers and the grid. PHI's efforts toward a DERMS solution that is secure and scalable are aligned with Maryland's clean energy goals, including becoming a leader in grid modernization. We're committed to transparency and collaboration as we move forward. Thank you for the opportunity to talk today. I'll pass it over to my colleague, Christy.
Thank you, Dan. Move to the next slide. So BGE's DERMS strategy includes a centralized utility DERMS that are responsible for managing grid-level constraints and deploying DER resources to protect the distribution grid in conjunction with third-party customer-facing grid edge DERMS that manage individual customer DERs and receive signals from utility DERMS. BGE will determine the feasibility of utilizing its existing DERMS capabilities to enhance the DRIVE VPP pilot outcomes. This may require more manual interaction between the utility and the aggregators for this pilot period, while more automated functionality will require additional integrations that will occur later on our roadmap. BGE recognizes PSC's request for clarity on BGE's DERMS roadmap and OPC's concerns regarding cost justification. BGE's Project 1 DERMS investment is strategic and foundational step that enables future capabilities while delivering near-term operational benefits. And to call out a bit of different terminology on BGE slide versus PHI's, they used phase 1, 2, and 3, which is for one project. BGE is dividing that out into 3 different projects. Our current project 1 went live last month and is delivering capabilities and tangible benefits today, including improved DER forecasting to enhance the accuracy of our distribution energy resources output predictions for better grid planning and operations. It also strengthens our load forecasting, enables more precise short-term and long-term demand predictions to optimize system reliability and resource allocation. Additionally, Project 1 supports localized peak shaving strategies, and which will help resolve grid constraints and will drive lower costs for customers. Finally, it delivers enhanced grid visibility, providing real-time situational awareness of DERs to improve reliability. operational decision making. This early on investment avoids reactive, fragmented solutions and ensures a scalable, secure architecture for future needs. Our roadmap aligns with the DRIVE Act VPP project milestones, which are designed to validate interoperability and DER aggregation before full-scale deployment. Compressing timelines beyond these requirements could undermine pilot learnings and lead to premature investments. Furthermore, FERC 2222 implementation details are still evolving at the ISO and RTO level. A phased approach allows us to adapt regulatory challenges without costly redesigns. A measured iterative approach aligned with BGE's timeline and responsive to FERC 2222 developments ensures reliability, affordability, and regulatory compliance while delivering tangible progress on our DER initiatives. Move to the next slide. And as we've indicated today, that there are a lot of ongoing pilots and programs as well as FERC 2222 legislation. So to lay out our VPP and DER integration, we thought it would be useful to put together a visual that outlines BGE's DERMS deployments as well as PHI's DERMS deployments. With the FERC 2222 go live, our two distribution level battery storage proposals and the DRIVE Act, all working together towards this future of VPP and DER integration. Go to the last slide. So to summarize our recommendations today for the 5 reports, for DER data, the DER registry and customer sharing, we recommend that there's a sub-team established in the interconnection work group to work on the Green Button Connect platform, as well as support the utilities to initiate the Phase 1 DER registry enhancements. For device level metering, we recommend that we continue to work through pilots and use device level metering on a case-by-case basis while additional learnings are established and criteria can be built out. For communications protocols, continue to build out our support of IEEE 2030.5. And for DERMS, continue to operate under PHI's and BGE's DERMS roadmaps as previously identified. And that concludes our presentation today. Thank you.
Okay. Questions for BGE? Commissioner Sussman.
Good morning. So first, I wanted to talk about DERMS and the fact that BGE began its implementation in September of 2023. That's correct? Okay. And PHI began theirs in August of 2025. So why the delay? I mean, you talked about the value of DERMS, so I'm so it's helping with voltage fluctuation, grid constraints. Why the delay in implementation? I'm seeing huge value, and so I'm just wondering if there was the problem on our end or.
Why the delay in terms of not starting until August of 2023?
Right.
Yeah. So, well, there were significant strategic discussion, I guess, at the Exelon level and then at the PHI level about how we would implement. And so the August 2025 date was the official start date of our Phase 1, but lots of work began before that. And Phase 1 basically starts to look through the technical requirements and understanding exactly what we need. There had been discussion about whether or not the Exelon level ADMS project would have in its scope, either in the near term or the long term, a DERMS solution within it that all utilities would use. That was uncertain for a long time, and there is still some uncertainty about that. So given our responsiveness to the needs in Maryland, PHI then began to move forward with its own DERMS project.
Okay, but that's a 2-year delay between BGE and PHI. So was there a reason why BGE began DERMS 2 years before PHI?
I can speak to that. Chairman, Commissioners, Joe Piccarelli, Manager of Emerging Grid Technologies at BGE. My team oversees our DERMS implementation. We at BGE felt that we weren't sure exactly where the DER space was going, but we understood that there would be a long and challenging implementation to bring a DERMS platform, this nascent technology, to the utility. So without knowing exactly what regulatory drivers or legislative drivers there would be, and exactly what types of capabilities, being VPP or EB managed charging, that would be most important to serve our customers, we began an implementation early so that we would have a foundational platform in place, so that as regulatory drivers develop and we could, we started to receive direction from the commission, we could add on capabilities in a flexible manner and a bit more quickly. So that was a decision we made. We understand that, we did read a lot of intervener comments that kind of suggested, well, this initial rollout doesn't meet all of the needs that we are hoping our DERMS would meet. And we understood that when we began our journey. We just felt that we needed to kind of get out ahead of it because it is complicated to implement this type of technology. There's not a lot of great examples of utilities doing it successfully. So we just took a slightly different approach, trying to get out ahead of it a little bit more. But at the same time, we understand that the PHI project's going to have learnings from our project, and they're going to have more direction to help shape exactly what their implementation looks like, where ours was, just trying to get some more foundational technologies in that we can then build off of as we.
So this was not an Exelon corporate decision that let's get BGE out first, and so this was just a BGE sort of seeing the landscape and with these new technologies, assuming that you're going to need to have a DERMS in place.
And just trying to get out ahead of it.
Okay, so for the DERMS for PHI, the total estimated cost is $12.35 million for PHI as a whole. So the PHI Maryland piece would be sort of Pepco Maryland and Delmarva. That's a little more than $4 million.
Correct.
Okay, and so the rest is that a little more than $8 million is for Pepco DC and Atlantic City.
And DPL Delaware.
Okay. So, in terms of the value of DERMS for BGE and for the PHI companies, you see, other than sort of the value for the customers that are gaining the value from their perspective, you see voltage fluctuation, grid constraints. Have you also looked? So these are operating issues. Have you also looked at the planning of the system? And having to avoid having to build out your distribution system, are you integrating that into the benefits that you're looking at?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Maybe an illustrative example of that is what we have to do today is assume that the output of a behind-the-meter DER operates or injects at full capacity, nameplate capacity all the time. And that's done for conservative reasons because we don't have visibility to its real-time performance. As a result of that, we are having to make decisions at a feeder level with those assumptions in mind, meaning that those feeders may need to be made more robust as a result of those conservative decisions. If we were given visibility to dynamic and detailed performance in real time from those assumptions would become much more realistic and avoid the build out and the capital investment in some of the feeders.
Okay.
In addition to that, we sometimes have to, because of this conservative assumption, decline customers who want to get onto feeders with their DERs because of the apparent capacity of that feeder, assuming the 100% outputs. Again, with more detailed information in real time, that would hone in, and we would presumably begin or be able to add more customers on.
Okay, and that's all you're gonna get all that information from your DERMS.
Correct.
Okay, and are you speaking to the folks doing distribution system planning so that they're aware of what you're doing, you're aware of what they're doing?
Yes.
Okay, so that's actually, so when I'm looking at this roadmap, and all of this is incredibly helpful, but I think you really want to include in this roadmap the distribution system planning process as well. So it's not just the folks that are going to be connecting onto the grid, but also the planning of the grid. That all has to be kind of, and I know that you're doing it, but I think it's really helpful if you include that in what you're doing.
Thank you.
So the green button program, you can do the Exelon utilities can offer green button download, but you don't offer the green button connect. So you'd actually have to sort of do more to the system, but you're talking with the stakeholders and finding a way to make that happen so that third parties have easier access to the data.
That would be the purpose of the Green Button Connect My platform.
Okay. So that's and that's something that you don't oppose. It's a matter of working through the issues and then dealing with the cost.
Yeah, and I think that's been our position historically is we need to understand what people want out of this system and then build out that structure so that we can provide an appropriate cost. And I think historically, and I mentioned this kind of at the end of my comments, but historically we've sort of looked at this platform very narrowly as a customer information sharing strictly around Green Button Connect. I think MEA and others have introduced this idea of thinking this platform more broadly as an iterative approach to maybe integrate with DER registry and some other information that people want from us, hosting capacity maps, other things. I think if you have an eye towards that iterative approach or that broader perspective, it could add more benefits to this.
And not just benefits for the other stakeholders, but benefits for the company as well. It gives you a greater sense of what's out there, and opportunities for you again to have to avoid building out more or building out in a way that is more costly for ratepayers. So I think that the more eyes you have on the system, the better it's going to be, not just for them, but for the companies as well. Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Morning.
So help me to understand if Exelon proposes would be supportive of a more statewide statewide registry structure, as opposed to something that would be individually developed by each utility.
Yeah, I think we'd be supportive. I think what I was trying to articulate in my comments is we're open to the structure. It could be utility-led, as we've seen in other places, or it could be some sort of statewide platform that's administered by us as the Exelon utilities, with the other utilities, or through a third-party administrator. I think the main focus that we have is working on the requirements, and so the stakeholders are aligned about what is going to get built into that, and keeping a mind on the implementation timeline and costs, because the more you add on to this, more time it could take and the more expensive it could get. And so kind of thinking of it from an iterative perspective of, maybe the initial push is on Green Button Connect My Data, but then with an eye towards what else could this do in the future and how we might want to think about that, including DER registry.
Okay. Is there something that you need from the commission or from other parties to help move in that direction?
I think some direction about a timeline and I think in the past, the few issues that stick out to me is cost recovery. So this isn't the first time that the utilities have proposed Green Button Connect. I think the challenge we've run into in the past is the cost and the benefit of it. And so I think if this subgroup, as part of interconnection working group or another working group, is formed with a purpose to develop some sort of Green Button Connect style platform on a timeline that would, get us together in a room and kind of commit us to work together. I think that could be helpful. I think also some of the comments that OPC made were very helpful related to having clarity around the treatment of these costs. And I think the other piece that is critically important is creating a data access tariff where we can figure out what is a transparent, reasonable cost-based structure so third parties who have access to this data, who've been given approval from their customers, they have a stake in the game, and that those costs can help offset the implementation costs.
And if you don't mind me adding on, for the DER registry in particular, we were proposing that we make some least regrets changes to our existing system, and we could provide that data to staff. One of the concerns with the DER registry at this point is PJM will be starting their discovery process in early 2026 to work on their DER registry in advance of FERC 2222. So understanding what requirements are going to come out of PJM to inform a state level or utility level DER registry is important, so that we're not doing rework to change requirements that may come out of PJM that we weren't aware of if we start that sooner. So I think timing between PJM's process to identify what their registry is going to look like and require, and then a supportive one at the state or utility level from that process would be most efficient.
Okay, so the timeline that you presented on slide 12, each of the, this is obviously from Exelon's perspective, but each of the Exelon companies are a little different with regards to your current status for your systems. Does this timeline represent all three companies' movement through time, or is it more focused on one company catching up, another one waiting, or how should I look at this?
Yeah, so it would be inclusive of all three companies. Where we differ, it's called out. So you see the green boxes at the bottom that say specifically BGE DERMS versus the bluer box at the very bottom that says PHI DERMS. So if it's not called out specifically like that, all the Exelon utilities are on the same timeline.
All right, it's a lot of glare here. So. Oh, yeah. Well, this one's not in color. It does help, though. Thank you. All right. Maybe I'll just ask the question. Thank you. My concern is that we wouldn't be able to meet the 2028 deadline for participating in the 2022 markets, especially if we're trying to move forward with a statewide type of approach, taking into account that all of the different companies have different positions. So obviously, now that I know that this slide represents all the Exelon companies, we obviously have other companies we'd like to have participate as well. So I'm trying to understand if there's something the Commission can do to help make sure we get to the point where a timeline similar to this one works for everybody. But at the end of it, we have a registry that works for everyone. We don't have stranded IT costs or other financial challenges on the back end. If we can prevent those kind of things from now. So that's kind of the gist of what I'm asking, and the sun is helping me get to that point faster because I can't see everything.
So I would go back to our least regrets recommendation of modifying our existing system, which is a manual process, somewhat manual process to export the data to a file versus having something automatic and accessible by all people. So we have the data in the interim while we finalize the PJM DER requirements and build that into a more automated solution. So we would be able to meet the requirements using our internal systems that we could modify and provide the data in files in the interim process.
provide the data and files?
Yes, so a DER registry of, what the DER is and where it's located, the information that we're receiving from the application. So if a DER is getting installed at a particular location, they're doing an interconnection request with BGE, we're capturing information, and that's stored in our Intelio Connect system. We can do a download of that system data to say there's this DER, there's solar installed at this address, these megawatts, and provide that. In the interim, while we work on a larger statewide solution or utility-led solution to align with the PJM requirements.
Okay, so the system that you're proposing to use now, is that proprietary to Exelon, or is it something that is available to other companies if they needed to use it?
It is, so it's a third-party application that we're contracted with. I'm not sure what the other Maryland besides the Exelon utilities, I'm not sure if they also utilize the same tool, but they may be able to do similar things with their tools. They could perhaps speak to that.
Okay, so you've contracted with a third party, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll ask a few questions along those lines. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Barbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to get a sense of how much, if at all, you've interacted with aggregators and to what extent this is feeding into your timeline plans, and if not, when you intend to do so.
I can start, and then I'll give you the policy answer and the program design answer, and then hand it over to Dan and Stock and Christy. I would say that we've been interacting them from the sense of incorporating the design for our upcoming programs. So from a drive perspective, we've been leveraging educational sessions to understand how they operate in the market and how we should design our processes to not exclude them. I think the important part, and part of the reason we spent so much time up front defining some of these terms and providing this visual, is I think the solutions that we've proposed as part of Drive and other places are not meant to be anti-competitive. I think they're just meant to exist within the framework that we have today, which is we don't have a utility DERMS, we don't have our gateway project, and so there are limitations to what and how we can integrate with those entities, and so we would be relying on a grid edge DERMS to help support that in the interim before we have some of the pieces that we talked through today. Did that address your question?
It begins to, yeah. Go ahead, somebody else was going to fill in.
I was just going to add that the timeline here is really driven by the legislative or regulatory mandate. So, the battery distribution level battery project timelines from the Next Generation Energy Act, as well as the Drive Act timelines. So we're being reactive to the regulatory mandates, as well as working with aggregators to understand their needs for program development.
Okay. Okay, all right, well, that makes sense to me. I'm a big fan of economies of scale and large batteries, but I don't think we can exclude aggregators because they have experiences and skills that, if properly deployed, can be integrated pretty quickly, I would presume. My only request would be that as you move forward, as you start to develop your analytical metrics for all of these things, I would love to see a comparison between the larger DER participants, the battery storage components that you may own, versus aggregators, because I think we need to be able to make an economic analysis that compares and contrasts both of those things. I suspect that the larger set DERs and the larger battery setups will have better economies of scale. On the other hand, an aggregator can probably deploy more quickly. So I would love to be able to look at the numbers that compare those things for you and for the other companies that are going to be following. That is that is a point of comparison that I personally will find very important and interesting. And so I'll leave it there, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner McLean?
Thank you, sir. Just a couple questions. Ms. North, you recommended a subgroup or a new work group to address the Green Button Connect, and you wanted it to be done on an expedited basis. Now, work group and expedited aren't typically terms that go together.
I rolled my eyes as I said it. I don't know
I
if
know
you saw.
you're looking for direction, so what's a reasonable time frame that, and with the understanding that I know everybody wants this done a lot sooner.
According to this timeline, I would say 6 months. I know that's short, but I think if we're being realistic, there's a lot of information. I want to acknowledge there was work that was done before in PC 44. There was a lot of work done related to that. I think we also, some stakeholders pointed to the ComEd straw, which is, there's some information about that available, not a lot. So there are other implementations we can look to. I think that is a reasonable starting place, and I think if we can't make significant progress within that time frame, we'll realize that this is a more challenging issue, and maybe we need to rethink the recommendation.
Sure. Thank you, ma'am. And it seems like most, or at least part of the timeline is driven by trying to align with PJM's process. Is that correct?
For the DER registry?
Yes. Now, are there any concerns with with delays potentially at PJM level? Is that just going to push everything back here? Are we just going to be sitting on our hands, or not wait? Are you just going to be sitting on your hands waiting for PJM to do something?
Defer to my colleague, Christy.
We're not anticipating any delays beyond what has already been delayed. So FERC 2222 was supposed to be go live in February of 2026. It has been moved to 2028 to give PJM time. So they have plans to launch their discovery work to develop their DR hub in early 2026. So now moving forward and outlining plans that they have not previously done while they clarified some of the FERC 2222 requirements between the FERC Commission and PJM. So we feel confident that they are moving in this direction to meet the 2028 goal. That is just one piece, the DER registry. If there were delays, we do have a solution by providing the data directly out of our Intelio Connect system. It just, if they, assuming they do meet their timelines, it's kind of counterintuitive to work on another process while they're also working on a process. So hoping that they stick to their timeline, it makes sense to align with them and understand their requirements to then feed statewide or utility level.
So in short, if there's a delay, we'll just jump off that bridge when we get to it.
That would be my recommendation.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so back to this DER registry. You had said it could be run through the utility or a third party. So I take it you're agnostic on which path we take? Okay.
So,
Go ahead.
so we BGE and PHI receive the data from the aggregator or developer that's applying for the new service application, and we're storing that data locally. We can either provide a DER registry from the data, or we would have to then set up an integration to feed some third party or state level DER hub. So I think it depends on the requirements and what can be agreed on at a state level. It should be aligned, given that PJM would require us all to have the same data. But you're looking at that difference of BGE just already receiving the data and capturing it, and we could share it, versus us providing an integration to a third party.
Okay.
And I think it goes back to the kind of feedback I provided about implementation timeline and cost, and how does it fit into the broader vision of what we're trying to accomplish? Are we just trying to accomplish standing up a Green Button Connect solution and separately a DER registry, or is there some appetite and interest, as some stakeholders indicated, of thinking more broadly about a one-stop shop?
Okay, and Commissioner McLean asked questions related to, integrating with PJM and whether we get held up by them. Are there issues related to FERC that we need to be concerned about, where we need them to take action on things, and are there any concern that they we're going to slow down the train?
Not that I'm aware of. So they provided the last guidance that solidified the new date of February of 2028, and PJM is moving forward with their deployment plans under that. So as far as I understand it, the back and forth between FERC and PJM has been completed in the last order that came out.
Okay. So the theme from a number of the stakeholders who filed comments on your proposals was that, you know, the ideas were good, but it should be done faster, sooner. And I guess you've sort of alluded to some of the issues, but I mean, if we decide to try to accelerate the timetable, I mean, what's a reasonable expectation that you guys could respond to?
I think we can we can expedite things. We would just need to ensure that we have the appropriate cost recovery on the projects and initiatives to move forward.
Okay. Okay. All right. I think that's all from us. You want to break for lunch now, or you want to go through PE? All right. So why don't we move on to Potomac Edison, and then we'll sort of see where we're at. So.
Excuse me, Chair. We're going to bring Schmecko up with Potomac Edison on the panel.
Oh, okay. All right. That's fine. All right. Oh, well. I guess we'll see. So.
You good, or are you just? The three of you, or what? Just I can. There, sit, I guess. Just there, so. Corey? You're good.
All right. So since we got PE slides up, we might as well start with you. So.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Jessica Reba on behalf of the Potomac Edison Company. At the table with me today is Aaron Demaray, our Manager of Customer Programs, and Mark Zuka, our Senior Advisor of Maryland Regulatory Affairs. Aaron's going to walk you through a brief overview of our filing, and then we'll be available for questions.
Thank you very much. I hope no one is disappointed, but we do not have a voluminous and data-driven presentation. It is only 2 slides, so hopefully we can get through this quickly. I wanted to make sure that we gave people an overview of what our report said. In the 6 different categories, again, we did have an additional report on non-AMI access. Starting off with DERMS, Potomac Edison is recommending that electric companies retain the ability to implement technology solutions as appropriate and as aligned with our business and planning processes. To be clear, at this point, Potomac Edison does not have a DERMS, either a grid or an edge DERMS, and is not on our horizon right now for investment. What we do have is for things like the DSSS, the Drive Act program, utilizing a third party to provide that as an interim solution, as it's the only thing that could be done during the pilot program timeframe. Moving on to IEEE 2030.5, again, this is something that the company does support as a protocol, and that it would be utilized, we expect, in many DER applications, but we don't think it is something that should be prescribed as the only option. Again, looking to preserve flexibility, and that the utilities would be able to utilize the communications protocol most appropriate for the device and the end use. Moving on to the DER registry, Commissioner Linton, you did have a question specifically about if we have or if the other companies had an internal or an external database. Potomac Edison is utilizing a First Energy solution, which is an internally developed database. We will need that to integrate with PJM and their DR, or ultimately their DER hub, That is going to be a requirement for us to be able to do the activities that will be required of a utility to screen individual DERs and DER aggregations. We will need to utilize that database, and it will need to occur regardless of if there are incremental state, regional, PJM, RTO-wide registries on top of that. We are strongly suggesting that any sort of registry, if one is developed that would have any sort of external component, that it be limited to providing information to staff and the commission as to where these DERs are located and not making that publicly available. We think there are privacy concerns for customers. If somebody were to install a solar panel, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are agreeing to have their information published or marketed to by private entities. In addition to that, DER registries, we do need to be, I think, a little bit precise on our language because DERs will include information outside of the company's knowledge. We will not know, for example, smart thermostats or potentially smart water heaters, things that could be in the DER universe. We would not know what those are and couldn't provide those types of things into a DER registry for them to be comprehensive. Moving to the next slide, please. Device level metering, again, we have stated in our DSSS pilot, we are using device level telemetry, was our proposal in our initial one, and will be utilized again in our upcoming refiling for that. We do believe that that is appropriate and not to create incremental databases on top of that. Again, there is a disconnect between device level metering and what PJM will ultimately require as part of FERC Order 22, which is not at the device level. It is instead at the premise level. Everything will need to be settled and aggregated at that device, the premise level or the point of interconnection, and not at device level. So we do think there are certain situations where it could be valuable, and that's why we've proposed it as the source for data in our DRIVE Act, but it will be in conflict with what ultimately PJM will require at the premise level. Customer data and third-party access. Again, we are in a little bit different situation than many of the other utilities in that we do not have AMI, we do not have interval data. Surprise, I know. So that looking at some of the solutions, green button connect my data or green button download my data, the two different varieties which we've talked through, has limited applicability within our service territory. We do not have the frequency or the interval of data to be providing. We do believe that if the state were to move forward requiring Green Button Connect, it would be a significant investment and one that we would expect very low utilization of. So we would not expect it to be cost effective again for really bi-monthly reads, which is what we have with very limited data set. We do recommend that regardless that a data access tariff be developed in conjunction with other stakeholders in the state just to define what sort of rules third parties would be expecting in terms of how they could access data and what we would be providing. Lastly, for non-AMI obstacles, again, we've kind of covered this at a high level, but to be very clear, both a DERM system or AMI is not required as part of FERC Order 2222. There are means that the DERAs have to acquire data from non-AMI customers based on sampling. So we do not see that as an impediment to FERC Order 2222. And then further, as I've already discussed in our DSSS pilot, we will be utilizing device level information on top of that. So we don't see any issues with not having AMI for either retail or FERC 2222 compliance. Covered a lot quickly there. Happy to take any questions you may have.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, afternoon.
Afternoon.
So it sounds as though several of your ability to participate in some of the issues that we're talking about here today are tied to the larger corporate decisions at the First Energy level. Are there any Maryland-specific commitments that Potomac Edison can make today that we know we can rely on? And I guess that's a broader way of asking a more direct question. Is First Energy supportive of these initiatives?
So in general, First Energy definitely is supportive of EPPs and coming to market. When we look at our requirements or obligations under FERC Order 2222. A lot of the things that we're talking about here today are above and beyond the investments that are needed to be compliant with FERC Order 2222. The responsibilities of the utility within that are truly we have a very small window in which we need to review DERs. I believe it's a 15-day period to get back to PJM, and then there's another 45-day period after that we need to review aggregations. A lot of those really can be managed with existing resources. So some of the things that we're talking about in terms of DERMS, broader DER registries, those are things that might have market impacts but are not necessarily needed at this point. So to the extent that the commissioner or the state were going in a direction to require these, they would be incremental investments that would be for a different purpose than 2222 purely. Does that help, sir?
It does. It does. I'm really looking to make sure that PE's got a commitment to the initiatives that Maryland is focused on. I understand that First Energy as a whole covers a couple different states and may have some other issues in other states that don't necessarily match what we're doing here in Maryland.
And if I could add on, to the extent that the company felt that DERMS was clearly needed right now, it would be something on our investment horizon. We think right now it's more cost effective to take a wait and see approach because we do know there are short-term investments that need to be done for the DRIVE Act and other things where we'll be gathering a lot of information. Between DRIVE and our electric school bus pilot, those are going to be utilizing basically grid edge DERMS to do this, and we would be looking at the information coming back to that to see how it can be built into further processes, and I think that data would help inform if an investment specific to Maryland as a standalone entity would make sense, or over the course of time, if it is something that the enterprise sees the total value of, then that would drive the investment there.
So in your filing, you suggested that your internal timeline would be 3 or 4 years out.
I think 3 to 4 years after a decision would be made. And I also want to be very clear that we've talked about a number of different kind of varieties or flavors of DERMS. What we responded with was what was kind of being studied and considered, which was a utility scale DERMS and not an edge DERMS. So those are different varieties with different purposes. And for direct control of behind the meter and use customer devices, that is an edge DERMS, which is kind of above and beyond what the company was looking at as potentially a utility scale DERMS.
So help me to understand then how you intend to meet some of Maryland's other goals that are related to this, like DRIVE, VPP.
Right.
If your broader goal after a decision is made here is 3 or 4 years out.
So this gets to I think the short-term way that we would comply with something like that is, again, what we proposed in our DRIVE Act, and probably, again, also looking at the feedback that we got from the commission, all the utilities did from the DRIVE Act filings. There would be multiple layers to that, one of which would be a company contracted edge DERMS that we would utilize to integrate with the batteries, the bidirectional EVs, potential other DERs like thermostats or other things. And then there's also the aggregator aspect of that as well. Aggregators have their own systems they're usually utilizing to directly connect with these end-use parties, the commercial entities, things like that. We would not be suggesting to replicate or eliminate that and let those parties use that. We would be using a contracted DERMS, edge DERMS platform to do the end-use control of direct devices, as was suggested in our DRIVE Act. So we do have a way to comply and to support the state with the VPP objectives. But it's just very clear that those are for state-based rules and are separate and different from what is needed at the RTO FERC level.
Okay. All right. Just one last question, and just to make sure I'm clear on the timeline here. It's 3 to 4 years after an internal decision is made. What is your understanding or explanation of internal decision? Is that after the commission's issue a decision is final and unappealable and everything else, or is it something that has to be done internally at a First Energy level?
So the way it was written up in the report was much more going through our natural long-term planning and investment process, which would be looking at the merits of the system, thinking that it's cost-effective and beneficial, and then investing in that. After that decision to move forward would be made, then it would be that, again, 3 to 4 year time frame. to actually get something operational. Again, that is for a utility scale and not an edge terms, just to be clear on that. If the commission were to come through and direct Potomac Edison to put together a DERMS, I don't think the time frame would necessarily be all that different, the 3 to 4 years time frame. I do want to emphasize, though, there'd be significant cost differences for that. What we put in our report, it was $2 million or so, was based on a enterprise level system spread out over multiple utilities, with Potomac Edison receiving a proportionate share of that. If it were to be Maryland specific, the cost, I've seen costs in the range of, rather than $2 million, in the kind of 13 to up to 18, $20 million range if it were a Maryland only instance. So again, the benefit of having the enterprise approach to that, and why we're looking at it across the enterprise, is to make sure that it is a least regrets investment and that it's done for the cost effectiveness of the solution, as well as being the most appropriate for all the operating companies, so they're not disproportionately seeing any sort of hit.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Mr. Barbie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I brought up the issue of aggregators, and your situation is different because of the metering issues that are differences between you and the Exelon utilities. I noticed that you did say that obviously aggregators would have to provide their own metering telemetry. So I guess my two-part question is, number one, how do you envision that occurring? And the second is, I'd be interested to know to what degree your parent company has engaged aggregators. I'm completely unfamiliar with the degree to which your parent company uses advanced metering, so you'd have to fill me in on all those types of topics.
Sure. Let me, if I can take the second part first. At the corporate level, I'd say first off, because DER aggregators are not necessarily a market yet, but using a proxy of CSPs and curtailment service providers, we have had extensive experience with that in other jurisdictions. Pennsylvania Act 129, for example, had various demand response goals where we worked in tandem with those curtailment service providers. I think we've done that, I want to say, 2 different cycles of Pennsylvania Act 129 at this point, so we do have a working relationship with them. Oftentimes they are contracted at certain megawatt levels, and they go out and are building what that obligation may be from either their existing resources or trying to find new ones. In addition to that, we are actively engaged in PJM's DIS-RS, which is the Distributed Energy Resource Subcommittee, where a lot of the FERC 2222 issues are discussed. The aggregators, that people who will likely, or the entities that likely will be DERAs, are actively engaged in there as well. So we all are hearing and communicating at that level. To your first question about AMI, I think it truly depends on the technology that is being looked at. So curtailment service providers right now, and what may be considered a DER that aggregators could use as part of their 2222 obligations, might be smart thermostats. In those situations, AMI is not utilized for them. Rather, they do sampling to a certain statistical precision and rigor level, where they will install loggers of things like that at individual sites and then expand that to the population for it to be representative. So that's one approach that may be utilized by aggregators. And then in addition to that, for larger scale, where they need true hourly data, they could install their own metering devices. PJM has standards as to what those metering devices have to be.
Doesn't sound cheap for them. Okay, all right. Yeah. All right, well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I would just add, though, that the reason that the aggregators do that is because there is profit in it for them. So the cost of those type of metering arrangements is offset by whatever they're getting in the BRAs.
So I presume then that the devices that they are using are, I guess the word I'm looking for is cheaper. They're looking for something that's cheaper than an advanced meter, or?
Well, I think the difference would be AMI and looking at a I shouldn't say enterprise, a jurisdictional approach where you have mesh networks of AMIs connecting to each other is very different than a single location that might have internet access or a dedicated cell. Those could be, again, the costs are not to connect to absolutely everyone and get everybody's data, but rather one customer. So by its nature is much more focused.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner McLean.
Commissioner Linton.
Mr. Sussman.
So good afternoon. Can you give me a sense of what you have on your? I know you don't have AMI. We've had this discussion numerous times. But can you tell me what you do have on your system in terms of being able to monitor what's going on? Do you have SCADA on the transmission system that is within Maryland?
At a high level, yes, it's not universal, but we do have it. There is data request that we are putting together right now for, I believe it's the electric school bus filing that has those details broken out, SCADA availability between the distribution and the transmission system.
Okay.
So that will be coming to you within a few weeks.
Okay. So, and you do have some SCADA on distribution as well?
Yes, at certain substations.
Okay. Okay. So we'll get, but you don't have universal SCADA on either transmission or distribution within Maryland.
So, Commissioner Sussman, just to be clear, when we're talking about that, we're talking about we have SCADA at the substations that would be at the head of the feeders that then serve customers.
Okay.
So typically for a feeder that has SCADA, what we mean is that we have one data point for the entire load of the circuit, and we can sample that at the seconds level. I think somewhere around every 10 seconds we can get that data. But that does not mean we have data out on the feeder or at individual customer level or anything. In some cases we do have some field devices like field reclosers or breakers that would have SCADA that would feed back, but that's more of the exception than the rule.
Okay. So how do you know when lines are constrained? So I guess sometimes you know because SCADA will tell you, but if you don't have SCADA, how do you know that a line is constrained?
So we use whatever data we have. So if we do have SCADA at the substation, let's say we know this feeder has 10 megawatts of load at peak. That might indicate immediately a constraint, such as the conductor right outside the substation is overloaded or the breaker that is protecting that circuit is overloaded. As it goes further down the line, our engineers do utilize industry standard software to model the entire feeder, and then it will use even some customer data at some point from our meters to estimate what the load will be on all the different parts of the feeder. This is a very, very standard distribution system planning approach that utilities have used to estimate what those lower level impacts might be. In certain cases, we may actually go out and install temporary metering type devices to kind of validate that information if we think we might have a concern, but that's generally the modeling approach we use to know when we have constraints that are, let's say, sub-feeder constraints.
Okay. So you have a general sense of what's going on at any moment in terms of constraints, and when you're doing planning, you have a pretty good sense of where you need new devices to be able to help with constraints. And you actually told us something about a particular feeder line that was constrained, and you actually put in battery storage to help with the constraint. So that was there. You had a solution that is not a conventional solution to a constraint. You didn't rebuild the line. You actually put in a battery to help with that.
Just to be clear, the constraint there was a reliability concern and not a capacity type constraint. So we didn't identify a line that was overloaded or a protective device that couldn't protect the line properly. It was we had a pocket of customers that was toward the end of a line that had a higher number of outages than is typical. And instead of building an underground line or a backup line to that area of customers, we instead installed the battery.
Right, but the point is that you could identify a constraint, and you offered a solution that's not a conventional solution. You actually offered something that is within the wheelhouse of things that we're sort of looking at now. And I guess I sort of asked the Exelon utilities as well. This sort of using the opportunities that are out there to be able to plan your system to be able to bring some of these newer technologies in, so that you're not you're not sort of just being reactive to customers that want to come and be able to take advantage of for 22, but you're actually being sort of more proactive, saying, you know, we have these constraints on our system, and we would like to bring in some VPPs, some storage. So what do you have within your wheelhouse, since you don't have traditional AMI and you're not going to be doing DERMS, at least in the way that we're sort of looking at DERMS? What do you have within the wheelhouse of tools that PE has that can allow you to bring these new technologies in to try to either take care of feeder constraints or to have to avoid building out distribution and maybe even transmission?
So I don't think the process is that different than if we were to have AMI in this jurisdiction. It's just that we have less data to go by, and a lot of the data we're using is simulated data, as I described. It's not that we don't have any idea what the load is on a branch of a feeder. It's just that we don't have direct data from metering devices, but we have a model that has proven to be very accurate to be able to identify where those are. But I think that the state...
But not just when there are constraints, but or where there are constraints, but when also. So you'll know that there are constraints on a feeder line from like 5 to 7, and therefore you'd bring on a VPP to be able to take advantage or to avoid having to actually build out more distribution to take care of that constraint.
It could be. It's likely at a higher level than that. You know, our planning process is typically based off of the seasonal peak, you know, whenever that occurs. Because based for our distribution equipment, that's the concern. It's if a line is going to be overloaded, we're concerned about the highest loading that's going to see for the entire summer season or for the entire winter season. We do have a pretty good idea at the high level constraints of when those occur, especially if we have SCADA or we know where the distribution system is. But as we get further out, I do agree that kind of breaks down a little bit, and we may not have as good an idea, you know, at that lower level. You know, so, you know, we do have some tools in specific cases to identify that. As I mentioned, you know, we do have devices that we can put out on a line that will give us a continuous, you know, loading reading, for example, for a period of days or months if we want to, but that's on a case-by-case basis. So we identify there's a specific constraint, you know, we could do that. But I will say, I mean, we are looking to learn how these can be leveraged, even if today we're not solving those constraint issues. You know, we are moving forward with the electric school bus program. That is a unique program. Not only, you know, we're the first utility implementing that in Maryland, and it's a unique program within First Energy. So we're looking at, in this very specific use case, you know, making sure that, you know, the kids can still get to school safely, but also how can this participate? How can it charge at the right times? How can it discharge at the right times? And then once we know what that capability is, then we can start to think about, okay, you know, can our larger districts actually, you know, help at the right place at the right time now that we know how it works? EDSSS is exactly, you know, going to do the same thing. You know, we're going to figure out where our customers are and how they can, you know.
Right, and I'm not suggesting that you put in AMI. I mean, I can't see without my glasses, so I have to put glasses on. So, you know, it'd be great if I didn't need glasses to see. So it's a constraint. I mean, it's a physical constraint, and so you have those constraints as well. I'm looking forward to seeing programs come out of PE where you can get a lot of the same value, not just for stakeholders wanting to integrate to PE system, but also from the perspective of the utility having to avoid having to build out costly transmission distribution without having to put in expensive DERMS. I mean, it would be great if you could do it. We're not asking, or at least I'm not expecting you to do it, but I'm expecting robust programs, and not have the excuse of, well, we couldn't do it because we don't have AMI.
I'm obligated to say that we're always looking for the best solutions for our customers, you know, that leverage all these new technologies as well as, you know, the cost that will be ultimately incurred by our customers.
Yeah, but just understand that you cannot use the excuse of no AMI, and expect us to say, well, I guess they can't do it because they don't have AMI. And so we're expecting to see just as robust programs coming out of PE. Okay, thank you.
So, I mean, you've had this discussion about your ability to sort of work around the fact that you don't have AMI, but is there any discussions going on with either within First Energy or within Potomac Edison and First Energy about deploying AMI?
So that is a discussion we have. I mean, go back to my conversation just had with Commissioner Suchman. It is always something we look at. You know, we talked about our budget process, as I'm sure the other utilities do. We have an annual process where we look at, you know, the next year budget as well as the forecast over the next 5 years, and we constantly, try to make sure we're doing the investments that are right for our customers. So I can say it is something we constantly consider, but at this time we do not have any plans to move forward.
And is it, I mean, obviously it's not your decision alone, but I mean, does it generate with you and then go to First Energy, or is it operate in reverse? Are they going to say, hey, we think we ought to do this now?
Obviously, it's a very large project,
Right.
in any jurisdiction, even in ours with with the customers we have. So, I mean, it is a discussion between Potomac Edison and the parent company of what are the needs, and then of course what are the costs.
And sir, if I can just add,
Sure.
again, other jurisdictions, sister companies, there is AMI because that cost benefit was proven out that it made sense. Those are jurisdictions with much more customer base, so the cost can be spread and it be done much more cost effectively than it would be in this jurisdiction.
Is this mainly in Ohio? Or?
Ohio, Pennsylvania, New Jersey. Yeah, so I believe it's roughly 2 million customers in Ohio, roughly 2 million in Pennsylvania, 1.2, 1.3 in Jersey. So those larger scale distributions made sense economically.
I see. Okay, all right, thank you. So why don't we turn to Southern Maryland Co-op?
Good afternoon. Again, Damon Krieger on behalf of Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative, and I'm here today with two representatives from the cooperative. To my right is Brian Lazarchuk, who is our Vice President for Electric System Operations and Construction, and to my left is Eugene Bradford, who is our Vice President for Rates and Energy Procurement. We do not have any slides today. I'm going to make a few opening remarks, and then we are open for any questions that the Commission may have about our plan. So as a threshold matter, we are a small utility under FERC Order 2222, and so we are not directly subject to the requirements of that order, at least from a direct mandatory perspective. It is an opt-in for a small utility like SMECA. That being said, the threshold is 4 million megawatt hours, and we're going to get there at some point, likely 2030, 2031 timeframe, and that could certainly be accelerated to the extent we have a large load that comes online at some point in the future. But as it stands right now, it is an opt-in for us, which means that technically the state jurisdiction has to give us authority, direction to participate. We think we probably have constructive authority to do so as it stands, but to avoid any confusion with PJM in the future, we probably should have some sort of express direction to allow us to participate in these markets. We have developed a plan, and what we filed with the Commission, that has a foundational advanced distribution management system in play as phase one, followed by DERMS. We think this is the right way, a measured way to provide this functionality, these benefits to our customers in a way that is cost conscious in a time when for our customers affordability, as are all customers across the state, top of mind. And so we have developed a plan that is cost conscious and also conscious of the resources that we have available to deploy this, with a mindset of 2020, 30, 2020, 31, likely us reaching that, at least that FERC 2020 2222 mandate for required participation, but also being conscious of the state requirements and state policy objectives to bring these functionalities online. That being said, we are concerned about some stakeholder comments when it comes to accelerating the pace of deployment. We think we have a measured, reasonable plan for bringing this functionality online, but to accelerate it would increase costs substantially and by corollary rates for our customer members at a time, again, when affordability is top of mind. So we are concerned about that. There certainly could be long-term savings opportunities, but the only certainty here is that it will cost a lot to deploy these systems, and those costs will be recovered in rates, again, at a time when affordability is top of mind. And so we think we have a measured approach, a measured plan, and one that will ultimately bring functionality to our customer members, but again, over a time frame that is logical, consistent with our status as a nonprofit small utility cooperative. And so with that, I guess the last point is just in terms of data sharing. We are certainly, as we indicated in our plan, supportive of enhanced data sharing. We do have a process right now where customers can download their data. The key concern for data sharing for us is to make sure that control of data resides with the customer. We would be very concerned to the extent the customer's control over that data is diminished, is watered down. And so that is a key concern for us, is just making sure that customers continue to have control over who gets their data and how that data is used. And so with that, we're open to any questions that the commission may have.
Okay, Commissioner Barbie?
No, I think I'm good.
Commissioner McLean?
No, sir.
Commissioner Sussman?
No questions.
Commissioner Linton?
Good morning, afternoon, rather. Just one question. You touched on the SMECO's ability to allow customers to download their data. Have you explored the idea, and I think you said in your comments, you can refresh my recollection, that you were willing to explore automating that process? If you're interested in doing that, if you're willing to explore it, do you have any thoughts on the timeline for doing so?
Yeah, so we do have that functionality right now that an individual customer has control of their data. We have AMI, and so they can download their data into a file and share it with whomever they choose to do so. The Green Button Connect, the automated platform, has been a discussion point for at least a decade here, and so we are happy to continue with that discussion and are willing to deploy such functionality, again, with a mindset towards time and cost to do so, because it will certainly, in terms of priorities, we have a number of projects in the mix, so we have to be conscious of resource burden and then cost. But we are certainly open to that, and we think that we are happy to have, whether it's a work group discussion or a similar type of opportunity to collaborate with other stakeholders to see whether a green button automated functionality makes sense or whether other platforms. We've proposed some other data sharing tools that we currently have in place to allow file information to be uploaded in a secure file transfer platform where third parties can access that as well. And those are existing tools. So we just want to be conscious of what we already have in place and can maximize their value.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I had.
So, related to Green Button Connect, I mean, the Exelon company said that they were agnostic between them running it or having a third party run it. I mean, what's your view on sort of the administration of it?
I don't think we've really thought through that question, to be perfectly honest. I think the gut reaction would be whatever is most cost effective would make sense. And again, with the mindset towards ensuring that customers have control over how that data is disseminated, those are the key concerns.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. So I guess now we'll break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock. Does that work?
1 o'clock?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. back on the record in 9778.
I know, it's like everybody left.
I guess we're dealing with the
With the really committed people.
yeah, the Public Service Commission's Office of Cybersecurity. So you want to go right ahead?
All right, thank you. Good morning, Chair Hoover, Commissioner, staff, everyone. My name is Ben Abramovitz. I'm the Director of Cybersecurity for the Maryland Public Service Commission.
Actually, can you pull the mic a little
Yep.
closer?
I'm used to this, I swear.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, this is a critical part of the FERC order number 2222 and a deployment of virtual power plants under the DRIVE Act. Yeah, we're trying to recognize, you know, that this maximizes the value to the customers while ensuring a resilient, reliable security grid. Right? On April 11th, under order number 91603, we were assigned to report back within 6 months the status of our efforts to address the DERA aggregator cybersecurity. We did file that report on time. We had extensive working group from our cybersecurity reporting working group. The DOE, NARIC helped us, and Idaho National Labs also contributed to that report. So we did fulfill the mission of making sure it was well circulated. Our work consists of two core proposals aimed at establishing a durable cybersecurity foundation for this side. A new proposed COMAR regulation, COMAR Title 2006, subtitle 06, there would be .3 for this. Language recommends incorporating the NARUC and DOE cybersecurity baseline for electric distribution systems and DERs by reference. This strategy was designed to mitigate lag and ensure that Maryland's cybersecurity posture remains current with evolving national standards and avoiding a costly, inconsistent patchwork approach. The second part, and you know, which is a little bit easier to understand, is revised DERA licensing. There was a new license process created for DERA companies in Maryland just recently. We requested and recommended that be revised to strengthen cybersecurity attestations at the time of licensing. It would be requiring anyone who requests a license to submit a detailed cybersecurity risk management plan, demonstrating their methodology for risk assessment, determination of asset criticality, and strategies for protecting internet-connected DERs. We did get support on that from the joint utilities. So that is the that is the majority of what the report recommended as an immediate action. We have three findings that we want to discuss as well. While we presented a comprehensive framework for DERA regulation, there's some need for direction and formalizing the regulatory text and implementation strategy. The first part is the compliance and enforcement authority of us, the joint utilities, and in agreement with us, object to provisions in our draft COMAR regulations that delegate initial compliance and enforcement authority to them. Or in other words, the utilities themselves would be responsible for enforcing cybersecurity standards of third-party companies, right? The argument is that is a government function and should be done via the government, similar to what COMAR does currently, right, where we can audit regulated utilities for cybersecurity standards. It is noted that the commission doesn't, I don't want to say, I don't know if I'm saying this right, but doesn't have that authority currently because DERAs are not considered a regulated utility. So we wouldn't be able to audit their cybersecurity standards except at the time of licensing, which is something that the authority has been given for, which is we have the authority to license them, and then we can audit them at the time of licensing, but we're not sure if we have the authority to audit them if they're meeting cybersecurity standards at any other time, right? Because DERAs are not a regulated utility. Obviously, we're going to, adhere to regulatory frameworks, and NAVERC and DOE have baselines. However, those baselines are a work in progress. So we have them by reference because they're subject to change right now. They're not as concrete as the NIST standards right now. They're still being developed. Same thing with the DERAs in FERC 2222 when it comes to cybersecurity. There's a lot of language still being developed, right? So that requires more time. Finally, there's a question on how we should define the scope of assets subject to cybersecurity rules. What should be the size? Obviously, it can't be a household. It could be, it could be a large farm solar field or a parking lot, or a large battery storage. But there has to be some sort of standard of size, in the scope of assets. And that is a major challenge recognized by stakeholders is the absence of a universally accepted process for accepting the risk and determining criticality across these distributions. One of the areas is classifying large-scale DERA systems as critical infrastructure. Is another recommendation from the cybersecurity group, right? And that way the same rules would apply to them across the state as it would, say, a power plant, right? And that is another area that we need to do to look for. There's obviously a lot of discussion earlier about protecting customer data. We feel the utilities are in line with that part of it. And with Maryland law, but to ensure that these companies meet cybersecurity standards, frankly, they need to be regulated by the commission in some way, or at least on the cybersecurity side. And it would be very hard, if not very challenging, for us to pass that responsibility to the utilities, even though in the initial conversations, that's what was discussed, right? What we found is it's a government responsibility to regulate the cybersecurity standards of any company operating in this capacity, whether they're a distributed energy aggregator, virtual power plant, or a regulated utility. If some of this stuff gets to be the size that Maryland hopes it gets to, it's going to be critical infrastructure, right? And if a large-scale energy storage system gets taken down, or a large-scale solar farm goes offline and causes a 2 to 3% disruption in power usage, that could be a major incident. And as you know, as you might not know, but the number one challenge with cybersecurity when it comes to distributed energy is the supply chain, right? 99% of it's made in China and other countries. Some of it comes shipped with backdoors and LTE ports that aren't supposed to be there. And it creates a problem, right? So when it gets to the scale that everyone hopes in Maryland it does get to, we need to have the assets defined and the scope of this defined a little bit better. We also are proposing a joint study program with the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, where they're going to help us develop some of these standards, as well as part of the Maryland Cyber Initiative, that the grant has been approved by the Department of Labor. But we do request more time to work with the regulated utilities and these companies to come up with this framework of frankly how to regulate something, or how to change the commission's authority to regulate something. And if I get it wrong, I apologize. I'm new. Without passing the buck, right? And that is the, let's see, what else did I got? Anything? Did I miss anything? Yeah, we need clarity on who's responsible for compliance verification, right? So is that us as PSC is responsible for compliance of DERAs, or if that's utilities, then how would that work? Yeah, and I said we formally proposed that the license process be changed to include a cybersecurity check at the time of licensing. Senator Hester is big on cybersecurity from the beginning, and that's one of the things we have in this. And then, how does Maryland define the scope of assets subject to mandatory cybersecurity rules? And I think we need additional feedback on time, considering the growth of these assets and the planned growth of these assets across the next 5 years. Is there and we have a couple other statements around some mandatory training required for our team around the Information Security Systems Audit Council, and making sure we're audit certified, because we're going to have to do a lot of auditing. I'm going to take a breath.
Okay, is that it?
Yes,
That
any
it?
questions?
Okay. Commissioner McLean.
This is probably more for, good afternoon, Mr. Shear. Sir, do you think we have the authority to regulate DERAs, given that we can license them, or is a statutory change necessary?
I don't think it's perfectly clear in the statute as it is right now. We did come up with this license application, but I don't think it's explicit in the statute currently.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you. I actually had a similar question. I'm curious if, because we've had challenges like this before, where we've had other third-party entities interact with utility companies, and then we have some challenge with the third-party companies, and they're outside of our regulatory authority. So is there if we're not talking about a licensing option, what about minimal standards that they should have to meet in order to interface with utility systems? That's something that we could explore, or should explore.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners. So I would say that the strategy that we are...
See, I need you to identify yourself for him.
Yeah, my name is Christopher Perez Nieves. I'm a cybersecurity specialist.
Sure.
So the strategy that we're proposing, because of, one of the reasons is because it's a nascent industry, right? So the language that we included in the revised application to operate sort of we request the DERAs to provide a cybersecurity risk management plan. And the language that we put in there is based on the network baselines themselves. So it's very, very, very basic cybersecurity standards that we are proposing or recommending. So I believe that this is a venue that we could use in the meantime while we try to figure out what is our full authority or if we can extend our authority to these third parties.
So we don't have the authority over the third parties, but we certainly have the authority over the utility companies that we regulate.
But we have authority over the licensure
Yes,
of those third parties.
yes.
So as part of that package of application, then we envision that we could possibly have them submit a cybersecurity plan with that application.
With the license.
Yes.
Yeah, that way.
With the license application.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Hi, Ben and Bromfitz. Yes, that way we know they at least have a plan at time of licensing, right? That they, have in their corporate document somewhere a cybersecurity baseline plan. But as these companies get small, it does, become a problem, right? And that is the minimum. And the NARUC DOE cybersecurity standards, like I said, they're a work in progress, but they are not hard to meet. Right, they're not. It's not FERC 2222 by any means. It's about 25, pretty basic cybersecurity items. Do you have backup? Do you have, some of the stuff we talked about in previous weeks. So yes, we're using the proposed standards from NARUC, the Department of Energy, and when we say they're baselines, I mean they are the baseline there, which is the bare minimum you would expect a modern company to do.
So is it because of our concern about a lack of authority to do something more robust that we're not recommending something more robust?
There's two answers to this. First is when we recommended something more robust, which is, and the utilities will gladly speak up here, is that the utilities basically regulate the cybersecurity of these third-party DRS, making sure they meet the standards, right? And then having the ability to cut them on and off if they don't. That would be then a burden on the utilities, right? So that's one approach, is to say that, hey, the utilities, you must make sure third-party, DRS meet these cybersecurity standards, right? And the other approach would be to obtain, or change the statute or whatever would have to happen so that we can then audit these companies and make sure they're meeting those standards. Right. We don't have that audit authority over these companies.
Okay. I have some thoughts on that too, but I'll wait to hear from the utilities. Thank you for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Sutton.
Okay, so I have personally spent a lot of time in the NERC space and on cybersecurity as well. So, the notion of mandatory and enforceable, I mean, those kind of go together, are very important in sort of understanding what you're doing, and the universe of people that are subject to the NERC standards got smaller. I mean, they were broader, they got smaller, but they are those connected to or related to the bulk electric system. But they have NERC as the larger body, and then they have the regional entities that are the ones sort of responsible for first line enforcement, all overseen by FERC. And it's a very complicated and very involved process. So to the extent you start to go down this path, we need to be really clear about what it is you're hoping to accomplish and who's responsible. So for example, utilities will engage with contractors, and they have they have cybersecurity requirements. The SIP obligations still rest with the utility. They don't transfer to the contractor. The contractor doesn't have a cybersecurity responsibility, and they don't enforce against the contractor. They'll enforce against the utility to the extent that there's a SIP violation. So if as you start to go down this path, and I'm assuming you're not asking for us to make decisions today, but as you go down this path, I think we need to be very clear about what it is you're hoping to engage in. If they're mandatory, they have to be enforceable. You can't have mandatory standards that are not enforceable. And who is enforcing? And you can't. I don't see that we can't delegate our essential governmental function to a utility to enforce. That can't be. And that's not what happens in NERC. The essential governmental function rests with FERC, that has oversight over NERC and the regional entities. And I can tell you, I spent a lot of time on this issue, so I understand how it functions. And so I guess I'm getting a little bit nervous about what I'm hearing as kind of a lack of clarity. And so I'm just cautioning you that as you start to go down this path, you have to be really clear about where the responsibilities lay and where the mandates are, who they apply to, and who has enforcement. Because I can tell you that you do not want to take on the responsibilities of a regional entity in terms of oversight and audits. I mean, this is a lot of work, and they have a lot of people that work for them, and you don't. Right. And I don't think that we want to assume an oversight role that FERC has. We don't have the resources to do that. So all of this what you're doing is very important, but it's also really important that you be really clear about what you're setting up and where the responsibilities lay. So, okay, thank you.
Mr. Barbe.
Well, I'm no attorney, but I know we don't regulate every person who sells wire and transformers, but we do regulate the utilities, and so my view, Mr. Sure, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but when it comes to aggregators, since they're the subcontractor to the utility, in effect, we're going to be regulating everything but the price they charge, right?
I don't know about every last thing.
Well, the quality of their service, obviously the utilities, not directly, but I mean the utility itself is going to have to be held accountable to meet standards, and that's going to flow down to the contractors that they hire for a variety of so's. I mean, to me, I understand that we don't regulate an aggregator's price because they're in a competitive procurement situation. But I mean, is it safe to say that indirectly, at least, we do regulate them?
I think that's a fair statement, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I know there's been an expansion of state concern and state authority regarding cybersecurity just because of the heightened concerns about the problems it can cause. And some of that authority was given to us under recent legislation, but a lot of it was given to the Maryland Department of Information Technology. So is there some role that they play in this, or is this something that, still sort of an open question as to who's got the ball here?
For this particular item, it's an open question. What the role DOIT has is in the notification and initial response role. So if there is an incident, DOIT has response authority with not just utilities, but with any critical infrastructure in Maryland. But when it comes time to make sure companies are meeting standards, that authority is an open-ended question right now.
Okay. So I guess my request would be that, you know, if you think that there is some question as to our authority to exercise what we need to do for the parts of this that we're responsible for, that, you know, we know sooner rather than later, you know, I think the legislature will, you know, respond if we, you know, say, look, this is something we've just come aware of, because again, you know, we're sort of new to this area, but I guess I'd rather have, you know, a definitive answer as to where our current authority lies, and if that's sufficient, and if we need additional authority, what is it that we need, and then we can go about taking care of it. So, okay, thank you very much. And now let me turn to the joint utilities.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Brian Quinn on behalf of a joint utility group. I'm joined by Paul Ackerman, who is representing, he drew the short straw, he represents the Exelon utilities, but we filed comments on November 19th, and we were reacting to the draft regulations that were attached to the Office of Cybersecurity report. So that's why we're here. I think our overarching message today is exactly what we're in agreement with the Office of Cybersecurity that this needs to be looked at. We recommend some further work of the cybersecurity work group and stakeholders. Commissioner Suchman, you hit the nail on the head. This is a very complicated area. We need to be careful about where we're assigning responsibilities. That's all we intended to point out in our comments. We are prepared. We're not saying we don't have interaction with these DERs. Of course we do. But in terms of being the primary or initial enforcement and compliance arm regarding cybersecurity, that's something we're not equipped to do as utilities, and for all the reasons we said in our comments. But again, we're not saying this needs, our overarching message is it's not quite ready for prime time, these proposed regs. It wasn't clear to us if they were going to be proposed today, and that's why we're here today. But we talked to the Office of Cybersecurity on the way in this morning, and we are in alignment, I think, in the ultimate recommendation. So I hope we communicated that here today. We want to work with them. We need to figure this out. It's an important area. That's our overarching message today. Mr. Ackerman can talk a little bit more, but we agree that these NARIC baselines are important. Adopting them by reference is an important mechanism for the commission to do. Paul can talk a little bit more about where they stand. Your cybersecurity director is exactly right. They're still working on compliance. I'll let Paul handle that, but we were willing and happy to continue to work on these proposed regs. We just wasn't sure what posture they were in yet, but we think they need a little more work in terms of the compliance and enforcement mechanism. We agree on that with the Office of Cybersecurity. That's our overarching message. You've seen our comments, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, and just for the record, you represent the Exelon companies as well as Potomac Edison.
And SMECO. Yeah, you may remember our group from the cybersecurity regulations from last 2024. Yep. It's a smaller subset.
Yeah,
of that.
I understand. So,
Yep. Thank you.
So actually, why don't you go ahead and then we'll ask questions for the two of you.
Yeah, hi, Paul Ackerman. It's good to see you all. I was just here on our triennial review. Again, we agree. We're glad to see the Office of Cybersecurity seeking to implement the NARIC baselines. We think that's the right approach. We did a search. There hasn't been any, other states, or a couple other states, particularly California, is right at the point you all are here of trying to figure out how to implement the NARIC baselines at the state level, in a reasonable way. They're talking now about having a certification and testing requirement for parties coming into this space. But one of the things we are concerned about, the NARIC baselines they're not complete yet. The baseline standards are out, but the implementation guidance has not. There's interim guidance, there's final guidance coming out in Q1 of next year, at least it's targeted. And NARIC has been clear all along that you need to read the baseline requirements in concert with how they're proposing it to be implemented, because it would not apply necessarily to every DERA VPP or every DERA resource. It would be a risk-based approach. We think that, although that's not necessarily our issue, we agree that in terms of, limited resources, targeting the most significant of these resources in the state initially, or at least prioritizing them, makes sense. It's what NERC does. NERC has also indicated that, they recently passed some O&P standards, non-SIP standards, that impact DERA, and they're requiring registration. So by next year, DERA resources over 20 MVA will be required to register with NERC, and the plan they haven't announced any NERC SIP standards, but they clearly intend. NERC has identified that modifications will be necessary to incorporate the SIP standards with those larger resources. So I think the target of these should be, the smaller resources. Allow NERC to go after the larger resources, target the smaller resources, but prioritize them. And the NERC and the NARUC guidelines has a scheme, has examples of how we would do that, like looking at what is the potential localized impact of a distribution system by a particular DERA or VPP, and have a prioritization based on that. But I think what we need to do is really come together in more of a collaborative way than I think we've been able to work on this to date, and come up with an approach that deals with applicability, deals with time, prioritization and time frame for implementation. One of the concerns I have about just going forward with the licensing requirement is applies to everybody at once, and there's a lot of caution about that in terms of that not being probably the most effective approach. You're going to get a lot of smaller entities which are just completely incapable and may not actually even need, to have a full, compliance with the NARUC requirements. So I think taking a stepwise approach here makes sense. We're not falling behind. I think there's a lot of work has already been done and good work has been done, and I think that's in line with some of the other states that are moving in this area. So I think we have a real opportunity here, and we are committed to working with, as Brian said, we want to see this handled, done correctly, and I think given time we can hopefully build a consensus document.
Okay, Mr. Fleischman.
Yeah, no, actually, I think it's really important to be mindful of what NERC is doing. So I'm assuming the NERC standards won't just look to DRs that are interconnecting at transmission, but could impact the bulk electric system.
Yeah, no, they're looking at non-BES,
Yeah.
large non-BES.
Okay, so and treating them as generators.
And treating them as generators.
Right, and then incorporating them into the operating and planning standards as
Yeah.
well.
They've issued, I think, 8 or 9 standards now dealing with what are probably the most significant O&P issues related to these entities, and then they have a plan. So those actually have targeted enforcement dates. They're looking at completing the registration of all entities by next year, and then in a time period after that, the requirements will start kicking in a phased approach.
Okay.
And they have identified in their plan that the SIP requirements are going to require modification in terms of what would be applicable to these entities.
Right,
So
right.
they-
And this is, NERC, has adopted this risk-based approach, which is, sort of a much more sensible way of approaching things rather than having a heavy-handed. Mr. Bongwith, I'm assuming you're following everything that NERC is doing.
We're trying.
Yeah,
It's a lot
and
of
I think,
information.
sort of looking to how how a particular entity can impact the system. So Commissioner Barve had asked earlier about aggregators, and so it may be, for example, that aggregators you wouldn't necessarily bring in those smaller systems, but an aggregator could actually impact the grid, and so you would want that aggregator to be subject to standards that may not necessarily apply to the individual entities if they were individual entities.
That's
So I-
that's how NERC is doing it. They're looking at the definition being any entity or group of entities, but it's got to be at a common connection point. I think over a certain amount of I think it's 60 kV, but it's I think they're driving at trying to identify the larger aggregators.
Okay. Well, it sounds like you guys are sort of going in the right direction.
Yeah.
Just again, be cautious about, our resources, your resources, what we can do, what NERC is doing. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Litton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually answered my question all right.
Okay. Commissioner Barbe.
I'm good.
Commissioner Ricolini?
No, sir.
All right. No, I think we're all fine. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner.
So,
You did, thank you.
Yeah, if we could have a panel next with Utility API, Mission Data, the Coalition advocating DER regulation efficiency, and the Sierra Club at the table. Thank you.
And leave nothing.
Does there a theme? Do you guys have like a common theme? I mean, mine's really the business.
Well, you two are the more common thing than I do.
Yeah.
I don't,
We don't want that.
no, we think we're
You're related to
Oh, on the agenda? Okay.
Catherine.
Okay.
alrighty. So I guess we'll start with Utility API since you got your slide deck up here. So.
Yes, good morning, or good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm Kelly Crandall. I'm the Vice President for Regulatory and Policy with Utility API. I'm going to focus on the topic of customer information sharing out of all of the topics in the conceptual report. But as I'm getting started, I did want to acknowledge what we saw as a really great evolution in the comments this morning from the Exelon utilities. We were very pleased with the discussion that they had about the data platform concept. And just because of that, I'm going to try and amend some of my comments a little bit on the fly to be addressing that as I'm going through the course of this. But I will, in that vein, largely be speaking about the data exchange platform concept, which they were calling the Green Button Connect platform. And just one way to think about this as I'm presenting is I am going to be talking about like what that platform could look like for either utility specific or for the state of Maryland. So moving on. Utility API is a small software company, but we've been around for about 10 years. We have been involved in the standards development and data access conversation since the start. We do what I would call pure data access and sharing, where we're working with the utility, the third parties, and the customers on the exchange of customer data. And I've personally been involved in regulatory work on data access for almost 15 years at this point in a variety of states. We have over 20 utility data exchange deployments at utilities in North America, and we also work directly with a number of third parties that are users for data. Moving on. So since around the time of the Recovery Act, we have been in what I would call data access 2.0 or 1.0. And I think, we're in a point where a lot of these things are evolving. We've gone from demand response to virtual power plants. We've been seeing evolutions in distribution system planning, that sort of thing. Starting with 1.0, though, we've been in a learning posture around data access and sharing for a very long time. We have been seeing utilities and regulators and stakeholders go through processes that I think have been staged, systematic, developing bespoke things in different cases for different users. And I think that gets challenging because it's difficult to cost justify different applications made for any individual user. You're also sometimes seeing a lack of consistency because this might come from different places, different backend systems. So moving on. We are now in 2.0, and this is based on experience, based on greater software development over the years. You are seeing many of these different types of data tools start to become productized. And this is particularly the case with the topic I'm talking about, which is permission-based sharing of customer data. And so what we are seeing now is an increasing trend toward utilities being able to select an off-the-shelf platform where a software entity can act as an intermediary. They can collect data from the utility. They can transform it in particular ways. They can get it to the third-party users, and they can manage all aspects of that process. And that's, this is the evolution from download my data to connect my data. It's closer to how we are using other kinds of smartphone applications. Moving on. I'm not going to talk extensively about the ComEd integrated data platform because we were discussing that a little bit this morning. I merely wanted to orient you all to the idea that, as Ms. North was talking about, the ComEd platform is presented to address a number of different potential future uses and include different types of data, including grid data, rate data, program participation data. I want to orient us toward the customer data piece. This is the most standard and tested piece. This is what is being talked about when we're generally talking about the initial phase of a green button platform. So I'd like to talk about a couple of the components that go into a data exchange platform, and I'll just talk about it briefly in reference to an example here, which is some correspondence I recently had with an HVAC vendor to get a bid for a heat pump. And so as part of sizing the system, they asked me to get access to my past 12 months of gas usage data, which I was able to electronically authorize to share with them. And so, I'll refer to this example as I'm working through this. It was a time saver to me, but I think think about this as we're walking through with the thousands and hundreds of thousands potentially of customers and residents in small businesses and larger businesses that could eventually be involved in load flexibility and how additive it is to have a process that works for them. So the three components that we talk about when we are talking about a data exchange platform. This is a little bit of a different order than in our comments, but I think the flow works a little better. So the first thing is third-party registration. And when I talk about third parties, I am talking about a lot of different types of entities, potentially. It could be DER aggregators, it could be property managers, it could be my HVAC technician and vendor. So in order to be able to get involved, the vendor has to register with the platform. They have to provide information about their business that allows them to be evaluated as credible. The platform has to maybe route that for approval or otherwise validate them and assign them the right level of access. And so a small HVAC vendor might have access to a subset of data, a retail supplier might have access to a broader set of data, or a DER aggregator. And importantly in this process, you need to have reasonable onboarding process and then a reasonable process of offboarding if you, for example, have to remove a third party for misuse. And there are some examples in California where there are processes to remove third parties if there's something going on, but there's still due process involved in that. The next slide. So second component of a data exchange platform is the process for the utility customer. So I am an account holder. I want to work with an HVAC vendor on getting a heat pump. So, all of the data we are talking about here is only being shared because the customer has said that it should be shared. And so there has to be a process to ensure that that is correct and audited and the records are there. And so like a data exchange platform will provide an interface that the customer can use to confirm that they are who they say they are. And that could be log in through a utility portal. It could be if you've ever logged on to an application for your bank, you might get a code through email or text that you have to enter. So pretty standard practices that we're used to where the customer can validate who they are. Then they will be asked by the portal to whether they affirmatively agree to information about how they are sharing their data. So that is going to be added by the third party. It will include what data is shared, for how long, and related information, and then the customer can go ahead and agree. And the significance of this is you're creating an auditable chain and record of the authorization and the revocation. And so, this is a process that would otherwise be very hard to do if you were managing emails that have a PDF attachments with letters of authorization and you're going through hundreds or thousands of those. Next. The third component of the data exchange platform is the use of the Green Button standard, and I won't spend too much time on that because it is pretty technically complex. But basically, Green Button is a package of standards that are put together. It covers both the format and structure and labeling of the data, but it also covers the security protocols that are used to make sure that the data is transmitted and encrypted based on authorization. So it's a package of things that are brought together that are, fairly standard if you are using if you're subscribing to a Zoom meeting and you want to add it to your work calendar, for example, that is going to use different security protocols to do that sort of thing. One thing I would note about Green Button Connect is this is a very flexible standard. And so one thing we've been talking about is the expansion of this into things like Order 2222 compliance. Green Button standard should be thought of as a baseline. If there are different data points like program participation, program eligibility, PNode for Order 2222 PJM issues, the standard has the capacity to be expanded to incorporate that sort of thing in a way that can be read by multiple entities. Now, because this is complicated, we recommend generally that any certification or any implementation be certified by the Green Button Alliance, which is a nonprofit that is working on the standard. And just so you all are aware, I have spoken to them. They are able to answer technical questions if you run into any in this process. They can also work directly with utility stakeholders on base data recommendations. Next slide. I think you've heard this morning a little bit from the Exelon companies about the prior stakeholder process. We do agree that the discussion on RM62, which included some draft rules around data access and sharing, was an excellent start. I think giving a nod to the concepts that are in those rules has the potential to put any additional stakeholder process that you all think is necessary on a really good footing. It included some really important components around what base data requirements are needed, the need for plain language notice, the ability to have a process to revoke bad actors, cost recovery, and so forth. So I think it covered a lot of key concepts that would be ideally refined next phases. Next. And the concepts that were laid out through that process are actually the kinds of things that are indicative of practices that are going on in the nation's leading states for virtual power plants right now. And I won't go into detail about a lot of those. I'm happy to answer questions if you have them, but just as an example, Smart Meter Texas is the longest lived multi-utility data sharing platform in the country. It's used for DER program issues, but it is also used for retail supply. So it is processing sometimes hundreds and thousands of retail supply requests on a daily basis. And one thing I did want to note because of Maryland's exploration into time of use rates is that the California Share My Data platforms are in some cases processing hundreds of thousands of requests and have high potential to continue to be used because of state law requirements that solar and storage provider estimates include actual interval data because of time of use rates, so it gets to more accurate savings estimates. So while these are leading examples out there, we really are excited about the work that's happening at ComEd in Illinois. There is also work in New Hampshire to build a multi-utility, multi-use data platform, and that is growing into Massachusetts, where there is a February 2026 filing expected on a multi-utility data platform. Next. I'll move quickly through these next couple of slides because I just wanted to try and visualize some things that we were talking about a little bit in our comments and why we are framing the base data exchange platform as a no regrets first step to expanding out into other areas. So this visual is what I was talking about in terms of the components of the data exchange platform. You have a DER provider that registers. They send an authorization request to the customer authorizes the data sharing to the utility or its intermediary, and that entity provides the data to the third party. So that's the basic initial flow. And moving on, if the commission were to develop DER aggregator registration or licensing requirements, the process of registering a third party could be augmented so that that data is collected and routed to the appropriate entity. I know there is some discussion of this right now, as we were just talking about, but if that were the path the commission went on, that information could be routed to provide the approval, ensure that the right entities are involved in the approval process as part of onboarding. Then moving on, another angle for this is the DER registry. And I know David will be speaking more to that in a little bit, but when a customer authorizes the sharing of their usage data, we could leverage that process to also ask the customer if they would like to share their DER data with the registry. So instead of multiple stages of processes of authorization, you can leverage the same flow. And the next. And then lastly, with the PJM DR hub, we know there is still some evolution to happen there, but I think how we are thinking about this is that aggregators would use a data exchange platform for the customer permissioning, for the receipt of ongoing data on a prompt basis, interval data, which PJM has repeatedly noted is their preferred outcome, and then they would have the information they need to, if they are integrated with the DR hub, be able to provide DER component DER specific information for settlement. So I think there are probably a couple of variations on that, but that is another example of how a platform could be augmented in the future, so that this is a first step for a lot of things. And then finally, we just wanted to reiterate, I think what we heard from the Exelon utilities this morning is a really thoughtful and concrete path forward in terms of an expedited stakeholder process followed by an implementation process. We do want to recognize that shift. But I also think, moving toward a data exchange, it would be important to articulate the benefit of moving toward a data exchange platform that includes the features that we've talked about here, the 3 component functionalities and features, and recognizing that the prior draft rules that were developed through RM62 had a lot of potential benefits for this process. I think that would be excellent guidance for moving into the next stages. So I'm more than happy to take your questions.
Okay, Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we heard from the utility companies earlier today, and they noted how for purposes of developing their programs internally, they're in different places right now. Are you supportive of the commission directing them to have more of a standard across all of them that's identical, or is it better for them to develop it as they need to for their own individual company interests?
I appreciate the question, Commissioner. I think ultimately one of the reasons that we are starting to see development of multi-utility platforms in New England is the idea that they can create more standardization across of all the practices involved, not just the availability of data, but also the third-party registration process. A third party can be registered in one state and they meet the requirements to be registered in another state. So I think you see increased benefits from standardization of practices. I mean, I think we do recognize that the utilities are in very different stages in some of this. I think our concerns have been most closely with the Exelon utilities in terms of, their size and the ability to really leverage excellent work from their sister utility, ComEd. I think some of the work that can be done with them initially, ideally, would involve the other utilities so that by the time tariffs and other rules are being rolled out, there is opportunity for standardization.
Are you comfortable with the possibility that for those companies that are not as far along, that it's going to not only take them longer, but result in perhaps greater costs to ratepayers for them to catch up?
So I think the question of cost is deeply important, but it is an interesting question with these particular conceptual reports because I think we didn't see a breakdown of, for example, what might be the baseline cost to do any kind of improvements within existing data sharing systems as opposed to what would be required to do the improvements to add software intermediaries to do a full upgrade. So it's a little hard for me to speculate on exactly how big a burden it would be to smaller versus larger utilities. I don't think we've necessarily seen that there is, in the process of implementation from the software side, a distinctly higher burden on smaller utilities versus larger utilities. Having said that, I think, the commission has to do what it has to do in terms of considering the variations and what's appropriate for each entity, and we certainly respect that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I got. Thank you.
Burbank.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just ask a quick question. You mentioned cross-utility standardization, and specifically in New England. Was that done at the behest of ISO New England, or was it? How did that evolve? How did it evolve that different utilities saw benefit to coordinating in that fashion?
Thank you, Commissioner. So some of the conversation started as statutory in New Hampshire. There were statutes passed in 2019 that required collaborative work and commission filings to develop a multi-utility platform.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what we are seeing is operating companies in different states seeing some benefit in extending practices that are working in one state to another state. And that concept has started to take off with other legislators too. There were some efforts to seek federal funding at one point for a much more broader multi-state regional platform. Those unfortunately were not awarded, but the conversation has continued with a few different states.
Since this is all very new, I presume that there aren't any broadly accepted standards, or am I wrong?
Commissioner, would you mind clarifying in terms of what types of practices? Because
I actually barely know what I'm talking about here, so I was hoping you could fill me in.
No, I'm happy to. So a lot of the work that we and other vendors who operate in this area do is actually fundamentally oriented around standards. And those standards cover the structuring of data. So making sure that there is a particular set of data that is available, that it is organized in a particular way, that it's in this type of spreadsheet versus that type of spreadsheet. The standards also cover secure transmission of data. So when we are going through the process I had talked about with like the customer authorization, there's back-end cybersecurity work on ensuring that the authorization is transferred in a particular way, ensuring that it's accepted by the right entity, logged. So the variations I would say is, so something like Green Button Connect will say there needs to be authentication for the customer. The customer has to prove they are who they say they are. Green Button Connect does not specify the practice that is used for that. So the standards cover large portions of what we talk about with the data exchange platform, but there are things on the edges that you would look more to technology industry best practices to fill in.
I think that gets me what I needed to understand to begin the process of thinking about it, so thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner McLean.
Good afternoon, ma'am. In terms of cost, these off-the-shelf platforms, they've got to be cheaper than utilities developing their own platforms. Is that fair?
I believe that is fair, yes. It is difficult to provide public data. We can't, for example, share directly our pricing. But when I have looked at some of the public filings for example, some utilities on the West, we're finding, more like dollars per meter when it should be significantly lower than that. So yeah, I think the long-term experience is an off-the-shelf model can be done cheaper than a self-build model.
So an off-the-shelf model, that's just not, has to be tweaked, I would imagine, for whatever state. So it's not just like you're going to a store and saying, we're going to use this platform. Is that fair? You still have to do some customizing to it?
Yes, within reason. I think the kinds of customization that tend to happen are things like what is the base data source that is integrated with at the utility? It might be one system at one utility and it might be another system at another utility. There could be slightly different terms and conditions that one commission has approved at one utility and it's different in a different state. So I would say the customization is more those sorts of things and less the overarching platform structure and like the concepts we talked about with the Green Button standard.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Sussman.
So, an off-the-shelf data exchange platform, that would, we keep hearing the Green Button Connect. What you're saying is that that's a sort of, that gives you general principles, and then there's some implementation issues that you'd have to address when you put the software in. But the off-the-shelf, explain to me what you mean by off-the-shelf.
Sure. When I'm talking about that, I'm talking about this. I'm trying to think of software industry people probably define this in a particular way, and I don't know that I would use that necessarily, but
yeah, don't use that with me because I understand even less.
So what I'm talking about is we have a concept for a data exchange platform where there are foundational standards. So in terms of making sure the data is oriented the correct way, making sure there's security practices that are met. There are then components you have to make it work. And some of those are dictated by standards. Some of them might have a little bit of flexibility, either because of state-specific legal requirements or just the way a utility collects data is a little different. And that's the authorization, third-party registration, and data transmission piece.
And you offer the off-the-shelf as opposed to the utility sort of building out.
That's correct.
Okay. So we were given in the filings the cost for implementing Green Button Connect for BG and PHI. And it was estimated to be $9.2 million for upfront with an additional $3 million for ongoing maintenance over an initial 5-year period. In your experience, is that 9.2 million plus the 3 million what it would cost for an off-the-shelf approach, or is listening to that, would you assume that means they're going to be building out their own to implement the Green Button Connect?
I wish we had a bit more information to be more specific. We did assume when we looked at the math that was more of a self-build. But it can be hard to say. There may be back-end things that they do have to do in order to prepare to either self-build or implement software.
But in your experience with the other utilities, in implementing a Green Button Connect approach, this data sharing approach, that the cost was less than.
We have seen costs that are less.
By a lot. I mean, I'm looking at.
I'm not sure I could really say.
Okay, so I'm looking at 9.2 million plus 3 million, so 12 million. I mean, less is, I would think, would be 11 million. A lot less would be 6 or 7 million. And the reason I'm asking is because I think this is really important, but I also think it's really important to try to keep costs down. And I'm concerned about, it's not just, 12 million here, but it's 10 million there. And so to the extent that the numbers will give us pause, and so we won't do it. I'd like to know if these numbers could be much lower, so that we can still sort of require that the Green Button Connect approach be implemented, but we're not looking at these, large numbers, 12 million.
I appreciate the question, Commissioner. I'm not sure exactly how specific I can go on this because there wasn't a lot of information included with the original filing. I do think, particularly for the operations on ongoing costs, it read a little high to us. Having said that, though, I think what was discussed this morning could be an excellent approach in terms of very concerted stakeholder process to finalize the specifics, and then the ability to determine, is it a self-build, is it a...
Okay, and actually, maybe that's since we're not making decisions today, maybe that's going to have to be part of the conversation, and maybe you can make sure that that is part of the conversation, is when the issue comes up about cost, the conversation at that point can be had about whether this is off the shelf or self-build, and if it's not off the shelf, why not? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so in your description of the setting up the data exchange platform, the last place in the process is with our friends in Brandywine, PJM. So I guess what I want to know is, are there things that we should be aware of in trying to establish this thing to make it easier to integrate it with what PJM already has set up, or is there things that we need to wait on them to do?
For at least the foundational data exchange platform we're talking about, I don't believe there is a significant amount that needs to be, waited on for PJM. I think there will be things that over time may need to be added, certain information about nodes or information for checking dual program participation, that sort of thing. Generally, in our experience, that is more of a question of where can the data come from within the utility, and can it be brought to the intermediary, as opposed to there is an entirely new process that has to be built to ensure that that is accommodated. So I think in terms of the phasing that has been discussed, of starting with the Green Button Connect implementation and then moving into augmenting it in other ways, building up to PJM, I don't think there's anything that I would say is a showstopper right now.
Okay. And they have a process in place for sort of integrating all this stuff, or is this something they're making up as they go along?
perhaps others can speak more specifically to the DR Hub than I can, but I believe the work that they are doing is to ensure that they can do the component DER registration and connect it to the aggregators and have data go through that channel. So the platform may or may not be directly connected to that process.
Okay, all right, thank you. Alrighty, so do we have another slide deck keyed up, or?
Yes, for mission data.
Okay, do you want to go ahead? Sort of in between. Oh, I've heard.
Good afternoon. I want to thank Chair Hoover and the commissioners for having us here today. My name is Catherine Wiskowski with Mission Data Coalition. Mission Data is a not-for-profit organization focused on policies that improve utility customers' access to and utilization of their own energy usage and cost data, including the ability to easily and electronically share their information with any third party, included distributed energy resources. Next slide. I want to start by saying we're very pleased to hear Exelon's presentation, and we really look forward to working with them soon. Our first slide is on aggregator needs and timelines. For aggregators to participate in the PJM market that was opened up by FERC 2222, there's very specific customer data that needs to be submitted by aggregators to PJM that can be exclusively collected from utilities as listed on the slide. We do expect that this information would be part of what is accessible within Green Button Connect. That being said, we are supportive of a centralized platform across Exelon or across Maryland for all operating companies within PJM. We agree that ratepayers will benefit from economies of scale. We are concerned with Potomac Edison's estimate of 3 years when they may reevaluate Green Button Connect feasibility. We believe that a timeline of 6 to 12 months for implementation is sufficient, given that there are off-the-shelf products. That is, a bespoke system would most likely need more time. But the off-the-shelf software solutions can meet the majority of needs set forth in future data access rules. Next slide. I will briefly touch on this slide. There were some questions from the utilities in their conceptual reports about the benefits of customers' access to data. Most importantly, we believe benefit is accountability. At present, customers have no reliable method to independently verify their meter readings and ensure that they're being billed accurately. We've seen in other utilities that once customers are able to review their usage and their bills, they don't always seem to line up. It is a benefit for customers and for utilities to have another set of eyes and ensure customers are neither being overbilled nor underbilled. I'll run through the other ones pretty quickly. ESG reporting is still something that large companies may do for investors, and also larger commercial customers may have implemented energy management plans through a variety of methods based off their usage data. Multi-site C&I bill payments. Many franchises actually outsource their utility bill payments for all their locations to third parties. One example is like Starbucks. Each franchise is not responsible to pay their own bills. So they do hire third-party services that specialize in managing monthly bills for hundreds of locations. And with complete usage data, these services can also provide reviews of proper and accurate billing. Optimal rate plan selection is another benefit. As businesses look for ways to cut costs, they can hire third-party services that evaluate their usage patterns and either confirm or suggest switching to more optimal rate plans for their business needs. Real estate reporting, when making an investment like a new home or business location, prospective buyers want to know the true cost of a location. And building managers also need aggregated meter data to know what the cost of their property is. And lastly, educational institutions can share energy usage data with students to teach practical science and mathematical concepts at all education levels. In its report filing, Potomac Edison asserts that advanced metering infrastructure is a prerequisite for the immediate and cost-effective deployment of Green Button Connect. We respectfully disagree. There are many different benefits to Green Button Connect, even aside from the ones that we've listed here that don't necessarily need AMI. Next slide. To briefly go over this, states across the country have been able to adopt data access policy. There, as the commissioner asked about standards, there really isn't a state with the ideal data access policy standard. There are some states that are better, some worse. Maryland is in a position that it can learn from these states and implement policies that work here. We're not reinventing the wheel, and we're happy to provide this as a reference for adopted policies across the spectrum of topics. In some states, these were actually not the original policies that were put in place, but ones that were adopted after failing to receive the benefits promised by data access. California and Texas had to go back and improve their policies, but now they both have systems that work fairly well. We hope by using lessons from across the country, we can adopt sufficient rules for the first time in Maryland. Next slide. This is another slide I'll just briefly touch on. It is critical to approve data access rules now because there is no current process that provides all the data needed for third parties to participate in FERC 2222 and VPPs. Utility web portals, CDWeb, and EDI are unable to provide the data in a format that can be used. We do appreciate Exelon's proposal of an expedited timeline to adopt Green Button Connect policies and software, as would help with FERC 2222. Next slide. So here I have some policies outlined in very small font, but Green Button Connect modifications, COMAR modifications related to Green Button Connect have already been extensively discussed in PC 44 and Rulemaking 62, and we appreciate the Exelon utilities agreeing that we should use the work that has already been covered in these different dockets years ago. The next few slides, I have included a straw proposal that was drafted in the PC 44 Competitive Markets and Customer Choice Workgroup in 2020. In these columns, I have general policy topic items, the language that was included in the 2020 straw proposal, and lastly, a column that includes potential modifications for the proposal because it is a few years outdated, being drafted in 2020. The straw proposal listed specific items that it required for the electronic interface to include, like account information, billing information, and energy usage. Since then, we also recommend the interface include making data available within 24 hours and additionally include specifically what is needed to participate in PJM, like 60-minute usage data, transmission zone line losses. We also recommend that EDCs ensure AMI data is transmitted to authorized third parties no later than 60 seconds after customer authorization, just to keep the flow going, keep it automated. The technical standard, I believe, okay, no, go back one, sorry. Must have been in terms and use, apologies. The technical standard that was adopted, I'm sorry, can you go back one more?
Yep.
Okay, yes, this is the right side. The technical standard included Certified Green Button Connect or a competitively equal standard. We recommend that the proposal is changed to specifically require Green Button Connect along with a yearly certification by the Green Button Alliance. Next slide now. The eligibility criteria that was outlined in the straw proposal basically says that a utility cannot share data to a third party without the explicit consent of a customer, and the customer has the ability to revoke access from a third party at any time. We recommend that there is specific language that confirms a customer owns their data and can share it with whomever they choose. We also advise that there's a process laid out for how a customer would revoke their data transmission to a third party. Terms of use and tariff. The terms of use and tariff have been outlined in the straw proposal. It includes language that says terms of use must be approved by the commission. It outlines what information a third party must include on their website, what they can and cannot do with customer data, putting the responsibility of data security on the third party, and requiring utilities to provide a list of approved third parties. We recommend additional language that prevents utilities from including terms and conditions not approved by the commission, and preventing utilities from reverse engineering any sort of third-party software applications or engage in any effort to gain a competitive advantage from third parties. Next slide. The straw proposal outlines the authentication process, including what information needs to be provided before requesting customer authorization, and provide documentation of authorization to the customer. We recommend that the letter of authorization is a one-click site, and that customer authentication should be no more onerous than any other utility customer authentication process, such as logging into the site or like having a code sent to your cell phone. As part of the customer experience, we recommend EDCs also provide a web-based issue tracking system for third parties to log any sort of technical requests or bugs that they find. Next slide. As far as system performance, the straw proposal just says that utilities shall make reasonable efforts to assure the timeliness and quality of the data available to authorized third-party service providers, and that is equivalent to what is provided to the customer. We believe there could be some additional requirements that are helpful, like a 60-day notification for any changes made to Green Button Connect that impacts third parties, a performance requirement for Portal, including a 99.5% uptime requirement, utility support team contacts, and ease of use requirements. The straw proposal did not touch on cost recovery, and at this time I do not have recommendations for how this should be addressed between the commission and utilities. The straw proposal did say that utilities will revoke third-party access at the direction of the commission. We would like to see a process that includes how a third party may be reinstated, but also in the years that we've been involved in Green Button Connect, there haven't really been issues with third parties misusing the data. The straw proposal specifically says that utilities are not liable for third-party use of data as long as they follow the proper approval steps and its obligation under the terms of service. We agree that third parties are not utility vendors, and utilities should not be liable for the actions of the third parties. We do not believe utilities should establish cybersecurity requirements for third parties. That would seem like that would be the same for utility vendors. Next slide. There were some topics that were not addressed in the straw proposal that could be worked on in the working group or possibly addressed by the commission. As mentioned before, we could have an expedited work group process. Additionally, if the commission sees fit, they could review the most recent straw proposal, make any sort of edits or modifications that the commission sees fit, and share it with an open comment and red line period for stakeholders, just because we have already done so much work, and there's just minor modifications really from the straw proposal that need to be included. And that is all I have. Thank you so much.
Okay, Commissioner Barbie?
No, I think I'm good, thank you.
Commissioner McLean? Commissioner Sussman?
No questions.
Commissioner Litton?
Got off easy.
Yeah, you left it all for Kelly. Thank you.
Before you go, so the slide you had that talks about the customer benefits from data access. So if I'm a customer who my only interaction with the process is opening the bill and writing the check. What's the process for making customers aware of the fact that these benefits are here? Because it seems to me, I mean, I can see where the C&I customers and other business customers, obviously they have motivation and they probably already do a lot of this stuff. But if I'm just the average homeowner, what's the process that we need to go through to make sure that people understand that, hey, this thing can benefit you? Because, one of the issues we've been dealing with is affordability, and part of that has been telling people, look, if you use less, you'll pay less. And so this is a good way to do that, but if they're not aware of it, it probably just sits there and doesn't help them.
Mm-hmm. There have been different approaches across the U.S. I think one of a simple approach is on utilities websites. They do include a list of approved third-party vendors with like a direct link to those sites. I believe in ComEd territory, they do have a bill insert that talked about Green Button Connect and how customers may use it. There are ways to reach out to customers with regular marketing means. The third parties that have these sort of softwares, they don't necessarily have customer data until they receive authentication, so they would have to go through their own sort of marketing means with like online ads or something. It's really the utilities that have all the customer information to market before they receive authorization.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the slide you had with the comparison of what various states are doing and who's got it right and who's got it wrong. Since I'm a big believer in not reinventing the wheel, it does strike me just looking at this chart that Colorado might be the best place to look at as far as policies to consider and adopt. Again, they're somewhat similar to us, size-wise, population-wise, things like that. And it looks like, they seem to have gotten it right, according to you, in a number of places. So.
Yeah, I think Colorado really does have some components of their rules that work fairly well. All of on the paper slides, this is not the case, but we can submit these slides. All of those are clickable links that will go directly to the rules. Colorado also had to revisit their Green Button Connect software portal recently. There were some technical issues with it, making it difficult to use. So that is another example of a state that we can learn from their second go around how to do it right the first time here.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So I guess we're on to Sierra Club, right?
Good afternoon, Chairman Hoover and Commissioners. My name is David Cathan, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club, and I'm a member of their clean energy team. I've been active participant in the interconnection work group and provided comments earlier in March on these subjects. I have a lot of experience on DER aggregation and demand response. In particular, I led FERC's Order 2222 efforts on DER aggregation when I was at the Commission. I'd like to offer several high-level comments and some recommendations. The conceptual reports are deficient and do not recognize the urgent need to prepare for DERs. The deployment of DERs is happening fast. Developments in the cost and availability of generation and storage technologies are happening quickly at the distribution level, especially behind the meter. Yet a critical review of the electric utility filings suggests that in most cases, the utilities do not perceive any urgency in preparing for DER deployment, DER aggregation, or VPPs. Even with the upcoming implementation of FERC Order 2222, which provides for DER aggregation in PJM on February 2028, utilities are still proposing additional studies, work groups, and slow rollouts of systems and registries. These proposals are too slow and ineffective to support DER aggregation and the VPP programs envisioned by the DRIVE Act. And the Maryland Electric Utilities conceptual reports also lack vision, and they do not comprehend the fundamental need to track, monitor, and integrate DERs as the electric industry transitions into the coming years. As new DERs are purchased and installed in Maryland, the need for a DER registry to track and provide all parties with transparent information become even more critical. Unfortunately, the only DER registry solutions offered in the conceptual reports are essentially extensions to internal interconnection workflow tools, which have the potential to become Frankenstein monsters since they were not originally designed for the broader functions necessary in a registry. Hopefully, what we heard this morning from Exelon, will forestall that outcome. But I'd like to hear a lot more information about that. The utilities conceptual reports, particularly the report on customer data access, focus too much on privacy issues associated with customer usage data. Access to other types of DER data is tangentially mentioned in the other conceptual reports filed by the utilities, but no clear policy or approach to protecting DER data is expressed. Utilities just warn about privacy, critical electric infrastructure information, and cybersecurity, and argue for keeping this data confidential. We urge the Commission to require the Maryland Electric Utilities to bolster and rework various aspects of the conceptual reports. Sierra Club has two overall recommendations. First, Sierra Club recommends use of a multifunction single DER registry that, number one, is designed to be future-proofed from the beginning to be common information model compliant. Two, is able to interface and exchange information with interconnection workflow tracking software like Intelio Connect, PowerClerk, and Solar App, or other utility internal tools, ensuring that those tools are able to provide information into a common DER registry. Three, provides access to third parties like aggregators and VPP providers subject to appropriate privacy protections, such as using solar authorization processes discussed by Kelly and by emission data. Four, it embeds DER and review approval processes required by FERC Order 2222 within the registry. For example, data on tariff participation is for a customer or for DER. It should be part of the registry to allow and support the assessment of double counting. Five, serve as a centralized repository to allow customer applications for interconnection and electronic tracking of DER data. And finally, six, support DER aggregations and VPPs. Indeed, a DER registry in Maryland will also need to support the retail VPP aggregations that will provide distribution grid services, as envisioned by the DRIVE Act. None of the utility DER registry concepts attempt to achieve these multiple functions. Instead, they only represent limited extensions of their own manual internal interconnection workflow tracking tools. We endorse the comments filed by the Collaborative Utility Solutions, or CUS. The CEO of CUS, Chris Hickman, was going to be testifying today, but due to a recent car accident, he could not attend. I recommend that the Commission closely review the comments filed by CUS in this proceeding and information on the DER registry that was developed by CUS and is available at cusln.org and the FERC2222.org website operated by CUS that tracks DER policy and Order 2222 implementation. Second, as Sierra Club argued in its March 2025 comments, customer and third-party access to DER data and customer usage data access are two separate and important issues. And Sierra Club recommends that tools like the DER registry should be designed so third-party aggregators can gain access to data on DERs. It should not be a walled confidential tool that is proposed by the Maryland utilities. Like Kelly, I was encouraged by Exelon's comments on the platform, but I need to have some more information and get more detail. I'd like to now shortly review at least two of the conceptual reports in more detail. The first is the DER registration. Exelon and Potomac Edison warn against a Maryland-only registry and state that a common registry would produce redundant costs. This is a false premise. No one is arguing for that. Sierra Club argues for a national or regional level registry. Indeed, the most cost-effective DER registry would be a single DER registry that is supported and paid by all utilities and aggregators. Otherwise, each utility would need to invest in its own bespoke and likely incompatible tool. resulting in excessive costs and ratepayer burden. Furthermore, we disagree that the utilities, with the utilities that the PJM DER hub should serve as the primary registry. The PJM hub is a tool for the PJM to track registration into its programs. It is not designed to aid the utilities in A, review of DERs, or the development of VPPs that provide distribution grid services. It serves as a database for DERs and demand response resources registered in PJM programs and participating in PJM markets. It is not designed to replace utility registries of DERs on their distribution systems. Now turning to specifics about each of the utilities, Sierra Club argues that Exelon fundamentally misunderstands the purpose of the registry in its report. Their proposed solution is essentially just an internal tracking tool. Indeed, Exelon admits that its proposal is inadequate. They state that EDC registration and review of DERs in an aggregation for wholesale participation under FERC Order Number 2222 in the future is not in the scope of this report and will require future evaluation, planning, investment, and project implementation. That functionality is core to supporting DER aggregation, and they're not proposing a tool that will support Order 2222 implementation in their filed reports. While Potomac Edison appears to understand the value of a DER registry better than the other Maryland electric utilities, the utility does not propose a version of a registry that achieves that understanding. Like the Exelon utilities, Potomac Edison is only proposing a very limited, confidential, and minor upgrade of its existing in-house interconnection tracking tools. Sierra Club understands the constraints and limited resources available to SMECO. However, SMECO's conceptual report is not responsive to the Commission's request. SMECO's proposed approach is to continue to use secure file transfer protocols for sharing data. It does not propose to integrate any support for utility DER review into its processes. I now turn to customer data access. Sierra Club believes that access to customer data both on DERs and on customer usage is essential for implementing FERC Order 2222 and for supporting a modern electric system, which includes significant levels of DER deployment. Unfortunately, the Commission only asked for conceptual reports on access to customer data and usage. Maryland utilities did reference DER data throughout their conceptual reports, but they generally argued that this is utility data and should be kept confidential. Did not clearly identify how to access DER data would be made available to authorized organizations. Sierra Club disagrees with this proposed utility data proposals. Turning to the issue of Green Button Connect My Data, the comments that were provided by the utilities were not helpful and were inaccurate. Green Button Connect My Data has been successfully implemented in other states for close to 12 plus years, and the Maryland utilities should be directed to implement the standard. As an aside, in 2013, I was at the Council on Environmental Quality at the White House, and we actually were part of the development of Green Button came from the Obama White House, and I was able to get Green Button into a presidential memorandum. So the technology, the standards have been around for a long time. We believe that Exelon and the other utilities should move urgently on implementing that standard. Sierra Club can support Exelon's proposal that a new work group be created on access to customer data, but only if a tight deadline, which I'm encouraged by the 6 months that are being suggested by Exelon, is put in place for this group. Otherwise, we're concerned that further delay or FERC Order 22 and 22 implementation. In the interest of time, I won't cover Sierra Club's comments on DERMS, device-level metering, and communication protocols. Please see our written comments. Thank you for the opportunity to present before the Commission. This concludes my comments.
Okay. Mr. McLean.
No questions, but good seeing you, sir.
Mr. Barbie. Ditto. Mr. Sussman.
So I wanted to talk to you about your DER registry, and walk me through how you envision this. So this would it be a state registry?
It would be a common registry. It doesn't have to be just a state registry.
Okay, so it could be a national registry.
Exactly.
Okay. But what's the benefit of it being independent of the utilities?
One is cost reasons, because it is, since it is a, one that's now supported and paid for by a broad set of entities, and it also is already been developed. It is not needing a whole lot of IT in order to, and if each individual utility was investing and doing its own IT to develop its own registry, we see that as duplicative and redundant costs. So there is a benefit for a broader, access.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is I thought you were going towards an approach that doesn't sort of favor a utility-specific result. So, utility will necessarily have its own biases towards what it wants to do, and not casting aspersions on utilities, but there is a benefit to building and then rate basing, and so making choices about whether you're going to sort of elect a VPP approach as opposed to building more distribution. The utility may have its finger on the scale in terms of what it decides to do, and I thought you were sort of going in the direction of having some sort of entity that doesn't have the same kinds of biases, making decisions about what's the right approach for the system.
You've said better than I could.
Oh, okay, so that's where you're going, okay.
But yes, it is correct. And my belief is that, especially when you talk about the data on DERs, it's essentially the same data. Is needed all the utilities in all areas. It's where it's located, what is its capabilities, what is the inverter model, what is their the ramping capability. There's just a number of core requirements that would be needed for being able to bid a resource or participate in aggregation. Another example would be what tariff it's on to determine what is the double counting. I don't see there's a whole lot of customization. The only customization, as I believe Kelly was mentioning, was how the data can be brought into, the registry, and that can be done through APIs or other types of means to provide, integration of a common registry with individual databases that utilities may already have.
Okay. Well, I'm curious to see how this kind of plays out in the conversations that you have, because it just seems to me that in making the most optimal decisions from a ratepayer perspective, it may be that the choices are better with those that are not going to result in an increase in a utility's rate base. So, and then who makes those decisions? So it'll be interesting to see where you go on that. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so given Exelon's comments to Commissioner Linton and myself this morning that they were in agreement that having a third-party entity run the registry is a good idea. It sounds to me they're not that far apart from what you're looking to set up for this.
That was why I was saying I was encouraged.
Sure.
I'd like to know more about,
Yeah,
about the platform, but it's a similar concept. In
Okay.
that, there would be a single,
Right.
platform. It would be used for potentially more than just what the registry is talking
Right,
about.
yeah. And along the lines of, Commissioner McLean's comments about, work groups being fast, maybe it's hopelessly optimistic that, work groups can actually come to a consensus on the path forward, but it sounds to me that maybe in this area, there might be more areas of agreement between you and the Exelon folks and the other utilities and in some of the other areas?
I'd like to, have
Sure.
a chance to be able to take a look at what they're going to be presenting before I can fully.
No, I understand. I'm not asking you to commit, but I'm just saying that, there may be a path forward here, so it's not like where you have diametrical positions of, it's got to be this way or that way. It looks like conceptually you're close, and obviously the devil might be in the details and disagreements on how, when, and where, and things like that. So.
Yeah, exactly. And the only thing I would add, as I noted earlier, it should be more than just on talking about customer usage data. It needs to be discussing how to authorize, able to, identify the location or who's the customer or what is the technology on a customer site. And that needs to be authorized, and it needs to follow specific cyber privacy, those types of authorizations.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so we got the 3 state agencies left.
Oh, well, first, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I forgot you. So go right ahead, so.
How could you miss me, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, staff, good afternoon. My name is Frank Lacey, and I'm here on behalf of the Coalition Advocating DER Regulation Efficiency, or CADRE. Our group is comprised of the companies that will be providing DER and DERA functions in the market. I am here talking on behalf of the actual aggregators. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I was not aware that I could put slides together until late yesterday, so I've got prepared comments, but based on what I've heard today, I'm going to deviate a little bit from this because likewise, I'm also encouraged by what I've heard in the room today. I have 5 core issues that I would like to address with the Commission this afternoon. First, I'd like to raise an issue that was the subject of the last panel. We didn't address it in our written comments because we focus those on the concept reports and not the OC report that came out on October 11th. In that report, the OC made 5 recommendations and one called a final recommendation. The final recommendation, the OC, quote, suggests that Maryland consider regulating DERAs as public service companies and formally classifying them as critical infrastructure, end quote. CADRE is staunchly opposed to both of these recommendations. It's worth pointing out here in this docket, this case, number 9778, was opened to receive comments about implementing FERC Order number 2222. Under Order 2222, DER aggregators are PJM market or wholesale market participants. We do not provide retail electric service to end-use customers. As such, there's really no basis for Maryland to regulate these businesses as public service companies. Also, the Maryland statutes are very clear on what defines a public service company, defining such a company as, quote, a common carrier company, electric company, gas company, sewage disposal company, telegraph company, telephone company, water company, or any combination of public service companies. The code further defines electric company, which is really the only component of the public service company definition which could possibly apply to DERs and aggregators, as, quote, a person who physically transmits or distributes electricity in the state to a retail electric customer. DERs and aggregators do not physically transmit and distribute electricity to retail customers. In the context of FERC Order 2222, DERs will curtail consumption of retail electricity and facilitate the movement of wholesale electricity products back to PJM. To the extent that these products are ultimately delivered to end-use customers, that service will be provided by their respective retail electricity providers. We encourage the Commission to take the approach that Order 2222 implementation should be limited to regulating the aggregators and the utilities' interactions with each other. There's a little bit of talk about licensing. In our first set of comments, we filed best practices, I think it was back in March. We are fully supportive of licensure for DER aggregators, DERs and DER aggregators. We did caution in those comments that it's really the communication between the utilities and the DERAs that should be the subject of the licensure. So it's dispute resolution mechanisms, it's communications protocols between the two entities. It's not really about some of the other things that are present in your, for example, retail electricity license applications. So they're completely, fundamentally different businesses. On the issue of critical infrastructure, Maryland has defined critical infrastructure as, quote, assets, systems, and networks, whether physical or virtual, considered by the United States Department of Homeland Security to be so vital to the United States that their incapacitation or destruction would have a debilitating effect on one or more of the following: security, national economic security, national public health, or safety. FERC's definition of critical infrastructure is essentially identical to that. While the resources of a DER aggregation will vary, in PJM, a component DER will be distribution connected and will not exceed 5 megawatts. On the smaller end of the spectrum, a DER might be a residential thermostat. In this context, it is hard to comprehend a DER, the destruction or incapacitation of which would have a debilitating effect on national or economic security, public health, or safety. These are simply not critical infrastructure assets. Finally, with respect to the OC report, we urge the Commission not to be overly prescriptive about cybersecurity issues. DER aggregators will be PJM members. They will have network operating centers. All of those, Commissioner Suchman, your comments about NERC and the SIP protocols, all of those already apply to a DER aggregator's network operations center. So all of those rules are in place, and in fact, when violations occur, and I have participated in several of these proceedings, heavy fines are levied against the companies that are not following every NERC SIP rule perfectly. And they are very complicated, as you mentioned, and hours and hours and hours of litigation involved in every one of those proceedings. So I would encourage the Commission to tread lightly, as you suggested. I think that's smart. Incremental requirements that are not aligned with PJMs might incentivize DER aggregators to avoid doing business in Maryland, especially if they're more onerous. So if you can work in PJM and work in Pennsylvania, Jersey, Maryland, Ohio, but you can't work in Maryland because the cyber technology requirements are greater than that of PJM, that could be very troublesome for the state. We understand that Maryland is looking at integrating Order 2222 resources at the same time it is looking at Drive Act resources. Cadre fully supports both programs and understands the complexity of trying to integrate wholesale and retail programs into the market at the same time. In this docket, we don't opine on the Drive Act programs. Instead, we only caution here that burdensome regulations on the DER market, the Order 2222 DER market, may result in a failure of one or both sets of initiatives. Our second core issue of concern is that of utility control over Order 2222 DER resources. We've heard some comments here today about utilities controlling devices and doing this, that, or the other thing. It's our position that utilities should not, under any circumstances, be allowed to have or exercise physical control over competitive wholesale market resources. Utilities can override a PJM DER dispatch per FERC rules in Order 2222, but that authority does not extend to physical control of a resource. Dispatch overrides should be communicated to the aggregator, PJM, and this commission simultaneously. And the aggregator is obligated to heed that override, and the aggregator bears the risks of bidding something into the market and having a distribution utility override the dispatch order. If the Commission wishes to provide utility control to a Drive Act resource, it can do that. But here, we're talking about wholesale market resources, and we urge the Commission to understand the difference and let the wholesale market work competitively. Utilities in other parts of the country are operating successful VPP programs by working with third-party DERMS providers, delivering operational interfaces with aggregated DERs. These DERMS providers shoulder the burden of working with aggregators to maintain arrangements that satisfy the needs of device owners, aggregators, and utilities. They integrate various communications protocols into a smooth bidirectional flow without the heavy hand or slow innovation timeline of utilities. So we encourage the Commission to require the utilities to outsource DERMS services instead of creating their own systems, which will undoubtedly be inferior to those created to serve multiple utilities, multiple aggregators, and incorporate various communications protocols. We've seen in the utility concept reports that DERMS across the state are being implemented on different timelines with different capabilities. We think this will lead to an extremely inefficient DER market in the state. Continuing on the same theme, Cadre does not oppose the implementation of an IEEE standard 2030.5 as a communications protocol. However, it's important for the Commission to understand that this should be a baseline communications protocol, and under Order 2222, that communication protocol should be limited to governing communications between the utility and the DER aggregator. It would not be appropriate for this commission to dictate the communications protocols between the DER devices and the aggregator, or to require the DER device communications that communicate directly with the utility or vice versa. The commission should not be regulating communications between the DER aggregator and the wholesale market resource. Also, technologies already exist that supersede the 2030.5 standard. The market should be free to be as technologically advanced as practical in its interactions with its customers. Our third concern is with device-level metering. We encourage the Commission to require the utilities to accept and process device-level metering data as soon as possible. Based on what the utilities have stated in their concept reports and somewhat of what I've heard here today in this hearing room, we believe that there is some misunderstanding about device-level metering. I want to be very clear here. Cadre is not expecting the utilities to purchase, rate base, install, or in any way provide the meter that would be utilized in device-level metering. In many instances, such as inverters and in storage resources, EV charging, the device-level metering capabilities are built into those resources. Cadre only expects the utilities to build out systems that can accept, process, and validate the device-level metering data. Cadre certainly does not support a requirement that all DER be metered at the device level. For example, it would be cost prohibitive to submeter a residential air conditioner that's connected to a controllable thermostat participating in an aggregation. The validation of device-level data provides significant consumer benefits. First, it will allow many behind-the-meter resources to participate in the wholesale markets that would not be able to participate without it because they're located on NEM properties. Device-level data will allow PJM to verify that services were provided and to base payments on the precise level of services provided. Device-level data also allows PJM to ensure it meets its obligations for restraints on double compensation. Under Order 2222, you might find a 25 megawatt campus load with a 500 kilowatt solar array that is net metered. Without device-level metering, under current FERC rules and PJM tariffs for implementation, every resource on that campus is locked in behind the meter. With device-level metering, you could free up load drop, storage injections, EV charging management, and any other potential behind-the-meter resource that might be present. There was mention earlier today that PJM requires premise-level meter data for settlement under Order 2222. That is true. In the comments that were filed in the FERC process, many entities requested that device-level metering be incorporated into the tariff. Many of the utilities participating in that argued that they couldn't do that yet. So PJM, or FERC rather, said, you're right, we're going to settle right now for premise-level metering, but we encourage PJM to work with stakeholders to move towards a scenario where you can implement device-level metering. So PJM understands, FERC understands the importance of device-level metering and is urging the market to get there. This commission will have to drive those efforts in the state as part of that effort. We've heard a lot about costs today. We haven't heard anything about benefits. And I wish I had thought about this before today. But every year, the Market Monitor, the PJM Market Monitor runs a scenario where, a capacity market auction scenario, where he excludes the impact of demand response and energy efficiency from the results to get kind of a but-for result. Over the years, I'm guessing the savings from demand response and EE in the PJM market have been hundreds of billions with a B dollars for consumers. That's across PJM, not in Maryland. I did not look at the auction report for this year. I wish I had before today, because I'm sure the same thing, the same data is in there. My point here is that DER is DR on steroids. You're putting more resources into the capacity market, which will lower the price. But more importantly, you're putting more resources in the day-to-day energy market, which every time the market price goes up, these resources will deploy, and that will bring the energy price down. So real-time prices in the PJM market will be down, and a lot of people don't like that, but for consumers, for regulators, that should be very important. And there's been no talk about that benefit in any of the concept reports or anything that's been said today. But it's very important. And like I said, I wish I had done the work to think about that before I got here today, but I didn't, so I apologize. Our fourth core issue of concern is with data sharing and availability, and I will cut some of the time here. I agree fully with everything that's been said by the panelists. But I do want to talk a little bit about, kind of some implementation effects. Today, I can use my American Express card to make a purchase of a good or a service in another country. Within a matter of seconds or less, that transaction is approved, or I'm getting a note on my phone to ask me to approve it. Within a few more seconds, I can log into my account and I can see the transaction pending there. The implementation of an efficient DER market will require ready access to meter data in real time or near real time. Aggregators and customers will need to make decisions in response to market signals and will need to verify that the actions were taken. So right now, the only visible market signal in real time is the PJM price. Easy to respond to that. Hard to validate that the response is actually happening. I can flick a switch, but if I have real-time meter data, I can say, okay, my switch worked, and I breathe a sigh of relief. But for every action that's done, it also needs to be undone. If you turn something off, eventually you have to turn it back on. And so the meter data also tells you when you can turn it back on, right? And whether when you turned it back on, it worked or not. Several years ago in this state, there was a problem in I forget the name of the DR program that we ran here, but the resources coming back on after the first curtailment. A lot of air conditioners were left off on a hot day in the summer. But if we have real-time data coming back, we would know that right away. We wouldn't have to wait for customer complaints to come in to say, hey, my air conditioner is not coming back on. So we requested the utilities make customer data available through automated means on the same latency that the utilities themselves receive the data. In making this request, we also support requirements for data security and other modern business requirements related to security. The data transactions should be automated and secure, just as the interactions with American Express, your bank, your insurance company, and most other businesses are. Finally, our fifth core issue of concern is about the varying technologies and timelines for DER implementation across the state. I mentioned DERMS implementation a few minutes ago. I interpreted the utilities concept reports to say that the utilities are holding to a wait-and-see strategy, with each using different technologies and platforms and on different timelines. The PJM DER market is expected to go live in about 25 months. A utility wait-and-see approach is only going to delay Maryland consumers' access to the market. We urge the Commission to require the utilities to streamline technologies, requirements, implementation timelines, and other variables as appropriate across the state, which will maximize the efficiency of the market, providing the most value for the consumers. We would also like to see the utility systems for managing DERs be functional by February 1, 2028, which is PJM's go-live date for Order 2222 programs. FERC issued its Notice of Proposed Rulemaking that gave rise to Order Number 2222 in November 2016, more than 9 years ago. This is not a new concept. This is not an idea that we are dropping on the utilities' laps with just 2 years to go. This has been in the works for 9 years. We are hopeful that the Commission and the utilities of Maryland can rise to the occasion and get these systems built in time for the market. Thank you for your attention to our concerns, and I'm available to answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, Mr. Sussman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So talk to me about this independent terms. How do you envision it operating?
Similar to the way there are many ways, right? There could be a statewide DERMS.
Okay, so let's take, for example, the BGE service territory.
Yes.
So we have an independent DERMS. How would the independent DERMS, as you envision it, operate in terms of sort of making decisions about the system? I mean, let's just, typical day in the summer. If you can kind of explain to me how the DERMS would work.
So there are certain DERMS capabilities that are, we used the term earlier, off the shelf, right? I don't think a DERMS provider can say, sorry, that one can't go today, right? That information will have to get back to a utility, and a utility will have to say, sorry, we're going to override that dispatch today. So I don't think that can be replaced by a DERMS provider, but the software platform that's already built that can be bolted on to a utility system exists. The utility personnel are still required to do their job, but building out the systems doesn't have to be done by the utility themselves.
Yeah, I'm still not getting it. So, I mean, my sense of DERMS is that utility will sort of know what DERs are out there because they've registered. They'll know what they need. They'll be making, if the utility controls the DERMS, they'll be making decisions about what gets dispatched, what doesn't, what they need to rely on if there are sort of certain constraints where they need to rely on a VPP when they can't bring in capacity. Is that how you envision a DERMS working, or do you see a DERMS working differently?
Well, so as I stated in the beginning of my comments today, I'm viewing today in the context of Order 2222. I have to admit, I'm not intimately familiar with the DRIVE Act programs. So I see the primary DERMS being the aggregator. The aggregator has to interface with the utility. We hope that there is no utility control over DERMS, over DER resources, other than the ability to override a dispatch from PJM, right? That's our hope for Order 2222 implementation.
Yeah, but DERMS is so much broader than that, and so then we could end up having DERMS that the utility, that's part of what a utility is, and DERMS that then I'm really not understanding what I mean, then it's something other than a DERMS. I mean, it could be closer to what Sierra Club is proposing, this independent registry. All I can tell you is that a utility in Maryland, and I'm much more concerned about what goes on in Maryland than I am in PJM, because I don't regulate PJM and we regulate what happens here. And a utility has an obligation to serve. And unless you as an aggregator want to take on that obligation to serve, then someone has to make a decision. And I mean, if the aggregators want to take on the obligation to serve and you want to become your own utility, we'll regulate you and then you'll have to dispatch. But until that happens, I don't understand. I mean, you're giving us a proposal, and I'm kind of pushing back because I don't really understand what you're proposing.
We're proposing streamlined processes across the state. And
no, you proposed. I'm going to push back on you
Okay.
because you've said to us that you are proposing an independent DERMS. So I mean, that's a proposal, not a streamline, because utilities also said they'd like to do streamlining. You're asking us to take DERMS out of the utility, and I'm asking you to explain what that means.
Yeah, so if I use the word independent, I apologize. I did not necessarily mean independent like a standalone entity, although I do think that's possible. I was talking about outsourcing the DERMS software development so that it's unified across the state, so that everybody knows, so that aggregators don't have to build 4 or 5 different.
Well, that's a very, I mean, you're asking for a uniformity in software. That's very different than in independent DERMS. Those are very, very different concepts, and you understand my confusion.
Absolutely, and if I use that word, I apologize. I was not talking about, I think I probably left out the word developed, independently developed DERMS, not independent DERMS. So I apologize for that.
Okay, because, you know, the utilities still maintain an obligation to serve. They need to know what's there, and they need to be able to dispatch.
Absolutely understand that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Linton.
No questions, but thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barbank.
Same, no questions.
Thank you.
Mr. McLean.
Good afternoon, sir. I just had a clarifying question. Your very first point was that aggregators don't want to be public service companies, and I get that. Now, and then you went on, and I may have missed it. But you're not saying that the commission wouldn't have any oversight or jurisdiction over an aggregator. It would be more akin to what we have over an electricity supplier. Is that correct?
Similar, yes. Yeah, no, we in our comments, we said we support licensure, we support definitions to make DER aggregators kind of subject to commission jurisdiction, but we also caution that there is a bright line between what is state jurisdictional and what is federal jurisdictional, and regulations need to recognize that for effective FERC Order 2222 implementation.
All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate the clarification.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
So in a different context, some years ago when we faced the idea of dealing with electric vehicle charging companies, there was this same issue about whether they were going to be a public service company, and you kind of either were or you weren't. And the solution for that was to actually pass a piece of legislation specifically exempting electric vehicle charging companies from being public service companies. Are you indicating that we need to do the same thing here?
I actually don't see any avenue under which, under FERC Order 2222, I don't see a vehicle under which they could reasonably be considered a public service company.
Okay.
So I don't think legislation is needed. I am happy if someone believes otherwise to bring it back to my clients and tell them to get working in Annapolis.
Yeah, I understand. And so, like I said, I mean, because again, it was an issue that, you know, it was a sort of similar situation. It was companies that really weren't, you know, the idea was that having them go through all the requirements that public service companies go to, you know, really wasn't appropriate, and it actually might be a barrier to entry for a lot of them, which is why we decided to do that. And I'm just wondering if, you know, we're at the same place now, 20 years later.
I think it's different. I mean, I'm not sure, and I mean this in all sincerity, I just don't know how much you know about how much wholesale market demand response happens in the state. It's lots. And I don't know if you're aware of that or not. There's no reporting to you about that, so I'm not sure if you know and I don't have, PJM reports it every month, I think.
Right.
They put out a report by state, by utility, how many megawatts are curtailed and things of that nature. There's a significant amount of that action already happening in the state.
Okay.
So.
All right. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so what we have left are the 3 state agencies. But we actually have a constraint because we have to bring the curtain down at 4 o'clock. So I guess the question I got is, OPC's expert, is that somebody from out of town? Well, I guess so. We may have to. We're not going to get through everybody in half an hour. So we're not going to get through MEA, OPC, and staff in half an hour. I may be able to get through one of them in half an hour. So I guess my thought is to maybe go out of turn, take OPC since you're out of town, so you don't have to come back and visit us again, unless you're dying to come visit Baltimore again. So.
Or we could do it remotely if they wanted to.
Well, that's true. Yeah, but well, let's see if we can get them done in half an hour. So, what's that? Yeah.
I always took the bills that the Eastern Shoremen were down earlier so they could get across.
That's
the
right,
bridge
yeah,
before
yeah.
someone down. They always appreciated that.
Yeah.
And I vote against all their interests.
That's
I didn't realize that, or I don't know.
Good afternoon. Go right ahead. So, like I say, we got your slides. So,
Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Mark Bird. I'm Assistant People's Counsel with the Office of People's Counsel.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Tim Cook with Current Energy Group on behalf of OPC.
okay.
Next slide.
Just by way of background, which I'm sure you're well familiar with, but I think it bears worth repeating that in the Commission's April order in this proceeding, the Commission emphasized the importance of virtual power plants as a critical solution to many of the challenges that the grid faces today, including maintaining affordability, reliability, and resilience. And so OPC views this moment as pivotal in terms of the extent and the timing for how DER and virtual power plants will help to solve these issues, and how much benefits will be realized relative to the cost to ratepayers. Next slide, please. So, DERMS. OPC advocates for a layered DERMS framework, and the purpose of the layered approach is to limit utility investment and also to introduce competition where possible. And this framework pretty much aligns pretty closely with what BGE had discussed earlier this morning. The layered approach recognizes the fact that DERMS operates on two levels. One level focuses at the higher level on utility system level impacts, forecasting and visibility, and sort of like the secondary level, the secondary DERMS below the grid DERMS would be the grid edge DERMS, and can be owned by a third-party aggregator, and would interact with the customers to manage individual DER assets that are behind the meter. Next slide, please.
Can I make a point on that one? I just want to hit especially on the last point on the last side, sorry. In terms of cost recovery, I want to put a little bit of a finer point on the needed oversight for these DERMS implementation plans. To me, this is all about capabilities and value. So when the utilities come for cost recovery, which they will for these DERMS investments, we should be reviewing what these investments actually achieve and if they're providing value to customers. To do that, we need information on clear targeted capabilities, on a objective timeline with quantifiable benefits to compare against. We don't see that today. I will say that Exelon came with quite a lot of additional information today about capabilities, and actually it's very responsive to half of our request around what capabilities they're targeting and on what timelines. I would add that we do want to see additional work on quantification of those benefits, which I believe the representative from Cadre had mentioned as well. We think that it is appropriate, even at this stage, to have some preliminary analysis of how these capabilities provide benefits to customers and what those values are approximately, and that would help us to decide whether these are valuable investments. Thanks. Go
So the next few slides touch kind of at a very high level on each utility's DERMS proposals, and I think really the key takeaway as I go over these slides are that the utility reports kind of represent a spectrum of different points in their DERMS planning and investment. So for example, BGE's DERMS, the report provides the highest costs for 9.11 million for phase 1, 7.6 million for phase 2, and OPC's concern in this regard is that BGE's investments go beyond what would be considered the grid DERMS and start to sort of infringe into the grid edge DERMS, and so we think that these high costs emphasize the need for clear milestones and quantified near-term benefits for Maryland customers.
Yeah, and I believe that, again, some of the information that Exelon came with today really does help to clarify where their DERMS investments sit. I think they did make it fairly clear that they're really targeting those more grid DERMS and as they call it, the DER gateway, which I believe are more appropriate investments at this time. But continuing oversight, I think, is reasonable as we move towards cost recovery.
And moving on to PHIs, that their section of the Exelon report, it's not as far as BGE. It's more sort of at a conceptual high level at this point, and it doesn't address how their DERMS implementation would interact at the grid edge level. They focus on a capability-led DERMS, and what we would want to see is more of a description and breakdown of what capabilities are necessary and on what timelines, and how they plan to interoperate the grid DERMS with the grid edge and aggregator DERMS platforms, and also we would want to see, again, quantified near-term benefits for Maryland customers. Next slide, please. For Potomac Edison, overall their report seems to be more at sort of an exploratory phase, and they're looking for direction from the commission, and they do distinguish between grid and grid edge DERMS, but we would like to see more specific information on targeted new capabilities and milestones and timelines for their implementation, along with quantified near-term benefits for Maryland customers. Next slide, please. For SMECO, they're sort of taking this long-term approach where the core grid DERMS capabilities wouldn't really show up until 2030, and so our concern there is whether their near-term capabilities would adequately facilitate DER and virtual power plant expansion, and again, also looking for kind of a quantification of near and midterm benefits for Maryland customers. And moving on to DER registry, OPC believes that DER registration information is important to facilitating and maximizing DER participation, both at the distribution level and the wholesale level under FERC Order 2222. And although we recognize that a standardized DER registry will depend upon upcoming PJM implementations with respect to particularly to DR Hub, but we believe that access to a DER registry should not be delayed until realization of a fully standardized DER registry. There are ways that there are other ways to provide access in the meantime, and for example, SMECO described near-term low investment actions that could enable aggregators to access DER registration information, and BGE also offered some near-term solutions in terms of reporting, albeit confidentially. And we would, of course, rather it not be confidential, but there are options in the meantime. Before the fully standardized DER registry takes into effect, to still provide access to that data.
Yeah, and I don't want to reiterate too much that some of the experts on that last panel talked about, and I can't speak to the depth that they have, but I would definitely support Sierra Club's comments, and I think we agree that DERA access to the DER registry information is an integral part of the DER registry function, and so we think that needs to be part of this. But yeah, we don't believe that having all the bells and whistles and fully integrated solution with DER Hub or DR Hub from PJM and these other standardizations precludes us making progress right now on creating access to that data. And again, I think that SMACO and BGE had some preliminary ideas on how they can share that data, even if it is confidential at first. We'd like to see discussion on how we can ensure that is accessible by DERA.
Moving on to device level metering. OPC's position is that utilities should not be required to invest in device level metering, but at the same time, if there are specific programs or use cases that would materially improve performance, measurement, settlement, or program design, then device level metering by the utility should not be foreclosed either. So the utilities should continue to collect information on device level metering to compare costs between the different metering and data options that are available, and to develop requirements in terms of accuracy and verification for device level meters to provide real reliable data. Next slide, please.
Should be the slide, right?
This is our last slide regarding customer information sharing. So timely access to customer data by the aggregator is really key in order to meet the PJM settlement requirements, and we already know that that PJM requires customer metered data from component DERs within 24 hours, and so while OPC does believe that a data access working group would be appropriate for helping to figure out some of the details in terms of privacy rules and expanding the data access. We believe that that there are preliminary actions that can be that can be taken to establish like a Green Button Connect style access to customer data while the working groups are ongoing, and any third party data access tariff that is developed, it should be transparent and non-discriminatory, and tied to the incremental costs of providing the access, and the resulting revenue should offset the Green Button Connect implementation costs, and the fees through such a tariff should not be so high as to deter smaller aggregators from entering the market.
I'll just add here that, again, not to reiterate the experts on the last panel, but we definitely support the comments that were made by Utility API and Mission Data. We believe that, the data access is going to be integral to meeting 2222 and to, enabling grid services. We just don't want to see we're supportive of the working group, their subgroup for figuring out the data access issues, but we don't want to see that as being an impediment to making progress now. We believe that, I think, in alignment with some of the comments made by Utility API and Mission Data, that there's a very, very strong, already settled not regulation, but like proposals that can be worked on very quickly. We would assume that the working group would, at least at first, have a very narrow scope of finishing the rough edges of the work that has already been done, such that Green Button Connect or a potential other option for connected customer data can be implemented on a very rapid timeline. The 6 months, 12 months that's been talked about. I can't go into as much depth as they can, clearly, but we do support their comments on this.
I think that's it. I guess one point that I do recall, I believe it was Exelon. I think they might have said that OPC recommended or proposed a regulatory asset treatment for Green Button. Connect, and I think we would support kind of tracking costs through a regulatory asset, but we don't necessarily support.
Well, actually, I understand. It's been a regular contention on your part that, well, it's fine to have a regulatory asset to track these things. That doesn't necessarily mean collection in the end. So, so we're fine with that. So.
Exactly.
Okay, Commissioner McLean. Commissioner Barbe.
I'm working off memory here, but I think it was Utility API, or I can't remember exactly who said this, but they were very much in favor of a system that was multi-utility. That I would, just listening to you, I would presume that you are as well.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Commissioner Sussman.
No questions.
Commissioner Linton. No questions. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So, as I said, we actually have to bring the proceeding today for at an end. So, for MEA and staff, we will have another hearing probably December 9th, but we will send out an official notice just to let you know.
It's on the calendar.
Oh, okay. So,
our calendar?
all right. So we'll see you again back on December 9th, and we'll have the presentation from MEA and our staff. So with that, we're adjourned.